Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the snowy morning here in the courthouse. It's beautiful outside and doesn't feel too treacherous yet.
It's not snowy enough, according to my children.
You're right. School's still on today.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
So as we do every Monday morning, we'll start with public comment and would love to hear from anybody in the room who would like to make a comment or anybody who's joined us online. If you're online and you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen and we'll bring you over for comments. Otherwise, we'll start in the room with our esteemed friend and colleague, Ruth Gordon.
It's a pleasure to see you all here today. This makes my heart happy. Even Mark.
Did you walk?
No,
You look cozy though.
I've been out and about today already. I came today because over the weekend, something remarkable happened, and I think we should take a notice of it, that Elon Musk gained access to a lot of data that held by the Department of Treasury. And anymore in government, if you've got the data, you've got the power. I believe that everyone needs to call our senators, needs to call our representative. And when you call in your official capacity, that's a little bit better when I call just as a voter. So I would like you to call. And I would also like you to reach out to NACO and Washington Association of Counties and see if we could get a bipartisan objection to this. I think we can't just be boiled by degrees and never put up a fight for the Constitution. And since you've all taken an oath to support the Constitution, I ask you to demonstrate that loyalty by reaching out and objecting to what happened over the weekend in Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Anyone else in the room? Diane.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Diane McDade, the president of the Jeffco Aquatic Coalition. I just wanted to let you know what happened since last week when we talked about the survey. Our survey went live on Saturday morning. And as of 8 o'clock this morning, we have 641 responses. And so we'll keep you updated. As you know, you all helped with the mailing that the PUD is doing, and those mailings will go out in 4 ways. So a lot more people, 13,000 households, are going to hear about this starting on this Friday. Okay. And I brought down a sample for each of you of these rat cards. Jack, at our expense, then printed our own versions of it. And we actually, over the weekend, we ran out, like we had so many volunteers running around. And so I'm printing up more, and I will leave them in the rat card holder if the county wants to have it at the front desk when people come in. But we're really pleased with the initial response. There has been a hiccup that occurred where a couple people were in a household and one took the survey and then on another device, the other one couldn't. Now, technically, we only want one response per household, but there's situations where maybe that's not going to happen. And so just yesterday, we changed our throttling mechanism to 1 response per device. Mm-hmm. And after that, we found that nobody was having trouble logging on. And there are some routers, I guess, that mask IP addresses. It gets kind of complicated. So we anticipate now that people won't have any trouble logging on. And if problems arise, we just encourage people to get hold of us on our website. There's a place you can send us an email or give us a phone call, and we'll try to work with people if they have any technical challenges. So it's just a quick update of where we stand on that. I'll pass this out if you want to take a peek at it.
Thanks, Diane. Is anyone taking a peek at the 640? Has anyone taken a peek at the 640 responses?
Yes. So Heidi has been taking a peek. The 2 gals who are sort of our technical folks who were managing the survey platform said more than half of those 641 responses had comments attached, because at the end there's an open-ended question. Cool. So we think we're going to get a terrific amount of information. In 2023, the city launched a similar survey, and They ran it for a couple months and they got a total of 1,200 responses. So we're already off to a pretty good running start and our publicity campaign is just beginning. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Diane, great. Sorry, I asked a question on the order, but I was curious. Anyone else in the room? Maggie? Come on up.
The 209A shelter has always been an illegal operating shelter. The landlords have always violated the city noise ordinance. In the shelter, they turn the lights off at 10. That building was built in the 1930s or 40s. There's no noise muffling. It's like living in a coffin, people stomping all night long till 3 a.m. in the morning. They come out to the DSHS camp to get away from the 209A shelter. It is freezing out there right now. It's snowing and you guys have not enacted a overnight cold weather shelter. The tents that they've been giving out in anticipation of this cold weather that's been in the upper 20s are summer tents that people crawl into during the hot summer high season when tents are useless and superfluous. That means people get frostbite on their hands and their toes and they are exposed to hypothermia. You are intentionally exposing people to hypothermia. People are sick in the shelter. I got sick from going down to the warming center and being exposed to people in the shelter. I was not sick out at the camp. Everybody got sick way before in the shelter, before anybody got sick out at the camp. So, you know, this has been going on a long time. The point in time count. The consumers realize that you financially benefit from the point in time count and you don't financially benefit when there are empty units and you put people in those units, because if you put people in there, you won't have any bodies for your point in time count, and then you won't get any money for your shelters and your services, which Kirkland did a study, and they found, the government of Kirkland said, hey, the biggest problem we have is contractors not delivering services to consumers. That is a problem here, is you guys financially benefit, you get the money and you exploit marginalized, disenfranchised folks who are disabled, mentally, physically, and it's not right. And there are empty units out there and you are not filling those permanent supportive housing units. You are benefiting from not filling them.
Thanks, Maggie. Anyone else in the room? John or Jill? No. Okay, we'll go to folks online. I see Ed Bowen has his hand up. Ed's over, but Ed, you'll have to accept your promotion to panelist. We'll go Ed, then Tom, then Jean, and whoever else who is online who would like to make a public comment. You can raise your hand using the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And I see Shelley's got her hand up now. Ed, you'll have 3 minutes when you get unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Here we go. Ed Bowen, West Jefferson. Another Monday is coming. Probably will be gone, but chiming in on the South Shore Road issue. And I did send out photos of the recent conditions up there. Haven't heard back anything from either the chair or the road department, but that's all right. I'll just go ahead and give an update report. Well, since those photos, it's turned a bit white up there right now. You can imagine. And another piece of news has come in that apparently the bridge has a temporary ramp system that apparently the park pulls that ramp. And the purpose for that ramp is because they've had an ongoing erosion problem with one of the bridge abutments. meaning they've had this problem with this bridge across the Quinault Bridge for Quinault River for quite some time. So I need some good information. That's my request today. So I'm proposing that it looks like you have emergency management coming on at 9:45, and then you have a work session with emergency management sometime today. Let's put this in the hands of emergency management for them to go find out what's going on with the conditions of the road up there. What are the options and what are the short-term solutions? And again, I propose that they pull that ecology block, get that, if there is a ramp needed, put the ramp back in place, and let's get that at least temporary solution going. I don't have another answer for you, but something you could help out the public works with is give your IT department a call too, because apparently the GIS system does not have the milepost registered in the GIS for the South Shore Road. So it's kind of hard to keep up with where things are at when referred to as mileposts, but we, the public, don't have access to that. And while you're talking to the park at the same time, ask them to do the same thing. They tell us milepost 14, close at milepost 14. I can probably guess where that's at, but I don't know what they're talking about because you give them a call, it's a lot of disinformation, and you look online and there's no reference to any of these mileposts. Thank you very much. I look forward to an update.
Ed, we'll have Tom Tiersch now.
Good morning, commissioners. Morning. A couple of things. First of all, the comments about the survey. It occurs to me that this survey analysis results are probably expected to be used by the Public Facilities District as part of their decision-making process to decide what sort of amenities to include in the pool project. So those survey records should probably be preserved as public records since they will be the basis for action by a public agency. So that would be my request and recommendation. Different subject on the consent agenda. You've got this new redrafted letter to the LTAC folks. The very first sentence of that, though, is not exactly clear. It doesn't make it clear that the existing members of the committee have actually been dismissed or fired. Kind of like the Doge people. You're fired. You're out of here. So you might want to think about a little clarification on that. The last thing, I'm not going to be around. Well, actually, there's no public comment scheduled for the discussion on the Central Services Work Plan. But one item I'd like to see added to the IT portion of that is to clean up the website links. I can't tell you how many times I run into bad links on that website. There are tools that automatically check to verify that all the links actually work. I've suggested that many times in the past to your IT department and have been ignored. Hopefully the new management there, Central Services, will pay some attention and do something to fix that, because it's pretty frustrating when all you get is a 404 error trying to find information about a committee or about a program or whatever. Anyway, so that's my request and recommendation for the Central Services Work Plan. Thank you.
Tom Tiersch. Jean, you're gonna have 3 minutes when you get unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Okay, that is not a minor miracle, but a bona fide miracle. I've been having some difficulties down here. We have a pretty serious snow squall going on, and I would just caution everybody to take it easy on the roads because it's looking a little treacherous out there. The bare root fruit trees have arrived at the Chimicum Corner farm stand, and I would caution everyone not to do what I accidentally did and show up there with a nearly empty trailer. That is a dangerous situation, and it's a lot of fun, except for that it's snowing and I can't plant these things. The Jefferson County Trash Task Force is having a beaches and Port Townsend streets cleanup event on the 9th. Cupid's Cleanup, we're calling it. We are meeting from 10 to noon. We're going to start at the Haynes Park and Ride next to Safeway, where you will be donned with a high-vis vest, grippers, and a bucket. and then we'll all convene at the poorhouse afterwards. I would like to thank Diane McDade for her responsiveness to the feedback I've been providing that comes to me through this survey and my whipping attempts to the community on Facebook to get them to complete the survey. Diane has been terrific and has heard the feedback that I'm hearing, and I'm keeping a list of some things that we might want to think about in the future. So there will be lots of feedback. My last comment is that we had another meeting. The DCD and Department of Health sent down some reps to discuss the FEMA floodplain issue in Brennan with us last week, and it came to our attention that it is not a legislative priority for the county, or they have not specified such, that funding be sought to provide mitigating efforts for the floodplain issue. So the community center is at risk for flood, numerous locations, as you were aware. I'm not going to go into it. So I'm wondering if we could get this project, this consideration, grants, whatever, added to our legislative priorities so that we can begin to work on this project, because it, I don't know, may or may not come. We have a 1% in any given year of a risk of flood down there. And if we do get that flood, we're going to have problems. So I would like it to be given a little bit of attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I'm just gonna do another call out. If there's anyone who's joined us online who'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. I see you there, Shelley. We'll be with you in a second. And there's a couple new people in the room. Do you want to make a public comment here? Okay, so let's go to Shelley Arnell online, and then we'll come back to the room. And if anyone online raises their hand, then we'll take you. So Shelley, 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm going to continue my negative Nelly attitude for just a little bit longer and say that this survey has gotten off to a rough start. There are many, many people who tried to do the survey who couldn't, who had one person, maybe they weren't even related. In my own instance, Andrew had already done the survey. I could not anywhere in the house on any device. So that has changed, and I have submitted my survey, but it's clearly not going well. I read on Facebook, which I feel somebody should be following closely because that's where your people interact and give their opinions, and those opinions should be counted. That the percentage was listed wrong on the survey. I don't know if that's been corrected or not. I don't know if it was wrong or not, but that's information that's getting out to people listening. Second, on the floodplain issue that Jean just brought up, this is another situation where unless we're talking and listening and being involved, none of these things come together. I think it is absolutely awful that our state representatives tell us that they haven't heard from our county on something that our county is pushing very heavily. It just leads us in Brennan to say again, who's telling the truth? Do they want to help us or not? It's important that we get this figured out. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. I haven't seen any other hands go up online. Is there last call online? Anybody who's joined us online who'd like to make a comment? I see a number of non-staff names there, so imagining someone has something interesting to add or ask. Okay, then I'm going to close public comments.
Yeah, we're in the room, right?
Oh, sorry. Come on up, my dear. Hi.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, commissioners. Jill, my name is Laura de la Portilla. I am the chair of the Jefferson County Democrats and Central Committee, and I am also a PCO. I'm here to talk just a little bit about the sheriff's situation. As you all know, Sheriff Joel resigned on January 3rd, and as that is a partisan position, and Joe Knoll identified as a Democrat. The state constitution required the Central Committee of the Democratic Party to vet applicants and submit the names of 3 nominees to the Board of County Commissioners. This process had to be done in pretty short order, and so the Central Committee had to just dive right in. We developed an efficient, thorough, and transparent process that included submission documents, a questionnaire, and also an interview process, in-person interviews actually. And after we completed all of those steps, we did submit the names of 3 qualified nominees to the BOCC. Those names being Brett Englund, Art Frank, and Andy Pernsteiner. And I'm just here today to let you guys know what an incredible job the Central Committee did. It was an uncommon situation that required a great deal of hard work and a collaborative effort, and the Central Committee really rose to that challenge. And though it was a challenge, it was also an honor to participate in that process. And now the ball is in your court, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of it plays out and learning the ultimate nominee, person who's appointed to serve in that position. And that it concludes my comments.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, now I will end public. And ask my colleagues if they have any responses.
Sure, you want me to go first?
Sure, go.
All right, thank you, everyone, for public comment, of course, as always. Appreciate, our former clerk, holding us to task for responsibility, to, communicate with our federal delegation about, standing up and, it's often not the first thing on my mind when there's so many local issues, and I definitely, I take a note, and we should probably come up with a letter that we can send to our federal delegation and really, not just on the, turning over financial documents, but, some of the other executive orders that have, potentially real impacts on the support services that go out in our Jefferson County, not just recompete and EDA and ADC, but also Holy Cap is really threatened with Head Start and rent prevention dollars and everything. So I think we should probably come up with a message to move that forward. And to move on to Maggie's comments, appreciate your comments, and we of course are, no one's profiting off providing services to the unhoused, and we are putting general fund dollars into the emergency shelter, the American Legion, and we have these shelter coalition meetings, and Ben, we can bring it up, about it being a hospitable place to get rest. It is still warm, and I encourage you to use what we can afford to provide. And we have been working with all the providers on the blue flag laws to make sure that the Winter Welcoming Center, we have, even with the state funding disappearing suddenly, that allows us to support those social services. Public health has come up with the funds to keep the Winter Welcoming Center, open until the emergency shelter is open, and in the afternoon, and vice versa in the morning, to extend those hours to connect the services. Is this cold weather snap continues, we'll keep looking for more services, but I do appreciate your comments. To Diane, and all the cool comments, the survey comments, appreciate your responsiveness and working with the challenges. We talked about that survey, the challenge of trying to figure out a household and having one person in a household, right? And it's obviously, like Mr. O'Neill talked about, Andrew filling it out, so if you couldn't, and that was the intention. So my wife had filled it out before I got home, so we didn't fill out 2 household surveys, but of course, Shelley filling one out for her household of 2 people, and Andrew filling it out for 2 people also skews the results. So we're trying, of course, to work with the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition on getting good data. I do agree with Mr. Tierce that you should preserve that information to turn over as a public record to the PFD. So good documentation on that, and you know, county staff can help too in figuring out what would be the appropriate retention schedule for it. You know, there's a Dan. I've been working with our public records department on other records, and we can find out what the appropriate Dan is, which is the basically the retention record for that kind of thing once we get it over to a PFD. So just putting that in with the data in parentheses will kind of make sure we don't forget what that record retention schedule is for that future public record. Yeah, to Jean, and appreciate people flagging issues on Facebook and trying to you know, get as the data as clean as possible. So appreciate everyone's efforts there. To Ed, you know, out at the unfortunate situation with the South Shore Road. I think talking to Department of Emergency Management is absolutely appropriate about that. I'd like to get I'm still a little confused about the bridge issue myself, but I know that the access granted by that permit to the residents there and the property owners there is kind of probably within our authority, the best that we can do. And I'm sure that Heidi will give more of an update of what we can, the Upper Hill Road too. You know, I think we want to make sure that we keep people aware, but you know, I checked out the county website today and it does have, you know, pretty accurate information about that. I don't think anyone's trying to spread information on the county side, but keeping ahead of that difficult situation is what we have to do. So hopefully we can find the funds to fix that. I hope the you know, using the existing flap funds, the Upper Hill Road works out. That still seems like the best path, but there just isn't anything we can do more quickly than we're doing it, unfortunately. So we have to rely on staff's coordination with the federal and I mean, most of the federal representatives. Let's see. I agree to Mr. Tierce's comment about, you know, cleaning up dead website links, and I'll bring that up with the central services workshop update. That's good. Yeah, be careful on the roads, and you know, thank you in advance to our road crew. I saw them out already with plows as I was coming in this morning, and depending on how the roads go, I might head home at the lunch hour and see you guys online afterwards. So do be safe. I know it's a lot worse out in Bremerton where schools were closed. You know, I think 600 responses to the survey is that's a great start, and really appreciate all the work there. And to Laura, thanks for coming out and for all the work of the Central Committee. Really appreciate it. It's great to have 3 positive candidates, and I'm not sure what our process is going to be to sort through those candidates at least, but I'm sure we'll be transparent and include you guys in that conversation. Thanks for all your work.
Let me jump in. Sure. Okay, maybe I'll go backwards and just try to be additive as opposed to saying all the things again, but I'm interested. Thank you to the Central Committee and to your leadership, Laura, because it is a pretty critical decision and an important one, and it will be a challenging one. And so I'm interested in talking about what kinds of information we may decide to request from the Central Committee in terms of what, you know, questionnaires and resumes and whatnot that you collected. So maybe we could have a conversation about that before we decide on next steps. Let's see, Ms. Yarnell, was a little unclear on your question about the percentage listed being wrong on the survey. So maybe we could talk about that afterwards and just understand.
Tax, I think it was right though.
Yeah, so we will just want to double check that and make sure that we understand that and whether it has been corrected. Let's just follow up on that. The comments about Brennan being a priority on our legislative priorities, I think we need to, you know, discuss that and talk about that. You know, the document that was created in December and then vetted in January about our legislative priorities is a living thing, and is something that I know Commissioner Eisenhower is heading down to Olympia regularly to advocate. And so I don't think there's any reason why we can't make sure to address
anything that we can be doing at a legislative level, and I agree, thank you for pointing our attention to that, Ms. Ball and Ms. Yarnell.
Can I say one more thing to that?
Yeah.
I meant to,
Yeah.
but we did try to find, we were going to apply for a grant to do studies which are at the mouth of the Dosey Wallop as we have farther up
Right.
at the Legacy and beyond. And we heard loud and clear from the community, they did not want those studies to happen. And so I think maybe there's more of the nuance of the situation is understood, so we should maybe revisit that
Revisit.
grant application, but we had been working to develop a plan for that.
Okay.
And
See what the community does want. I mean, clearly, we're hearing loud and clear from at least a couple of members,
Mhm.
and I've heard this from others in Brennan as well, so, yeah, let's keep looking at it. I'll also say too, thank you for letting us know, Ms. Ball, about the, I think you called it, well, the cleanup task force, can't remember what you called it.
Trash
Something
task
about
force.
Trash task force, something around Valentine's Day, and, I will say, just for future reference, I know that it's, a great idea to have a social convening afterwards, but, and I would say that I heard from a number of youth that they won't be able to participate in that poorhouse convening. So just encouraging youth to participate. If we could also include things that maybe youth could do to celebrate their participation would be helpful. And I'm looking forward to joining you. Let's see, Mr. Tiersch, I just want to add, we'll look at that first sentence. We are gonna discuss the LTAC letter today. And of course, the decision to reseat LTAC was already decided in December. And so that's not something that we're revisiting that concept right now, because that decision was already made, but how to do that process and how to encourage folks to engage in that process fully so that it can have its full benefit, as I think the intent of the letter. So let's look at it from that perspective, and we'll take your comment into consideration. The website link idea is absolutely important, and we'll get a chance to talk about that today. Mr. Bowen, the thing that I really heard too, the idea of engaging emergency management, I know that they have been participating in the conversation, but I really like that collaboration between the departments. And so we'll talk about how we can, how we can do that more. And the GIS idea, I would love to hear about whether that's possible. We do use mileposts to reference, and it is hard then to reference where things are on the GIS system. So I think that's a conversation worth having. There may be a reason why we can't do it, but it would be good to know. Ms. Mitchell, I replied, Maggie, to your email, and so I'd love to have a conversation with you. I was just asking you about where those specific tents come from, so maybe we could talk about that afterwards, because I think finding the tools that are going to be the most effective at this time of year is a really good comment. And I also want to say and ask you, and I've asked you this before in personally, but it makes it really difficult when you attack people personally for the work that they're doing, and you've put some misinformation out there in your comments. So I want to just make sure that we maybe we can talk about that misinformation afterwards, and yet I find your comments always to be productive, ones that we can act on. And so I encourage that and look forward to further conversation. And Diane, thank you so much. Again, what I see here is that you are already acting on your commitment to provide regular updates the very moment that you had an opportunity to come and provide an update. You've already done that, and I so appreciate it, and I think the public is really going to appreciate that too. I'll just give you two comments that I've received already. One was about the 2 household idea, and I get it that you're trying to deduplicate and make sure to represent households. But I also, my own household, my husband and I actually have slightly different opinions, usually about a lot of things. But this and some slightly different opinions. And so I applaud your willingness to immediately correct that and make it possible for people to have varying opinions within a household. So thank you for doing that. You're showing over and over again that you're responsive to the public and you want good data here. I'll also say that I got a comment from someone else, another resident, who said they wanted the opportunity to be able to say they were in support of some things that they wouldn't use. So for example, childcare. They wanted to be able to express that they really would support paying for childcare, even though their children are beyond childcare age. They recognize that. So I encourage them to make that comment at the end. And so I just want to make sure that you're paying special attention to those comments at the end, because I think that's a lot of what folks will use that for. And to Ms. Gordon, just a humbling and kind of chilling request. And I agree that we should come together and have some real impact as a body of elected officials, and I'm willing to do that. And just agree that the day that those executive orders, particularly staying the funding, what were enacted, every committee I sat on that day had concerns that were impacting local jobs, people's capacity to provide service and to remain employed, young families being impacted. It's a immediate, very deep impact locally, and I think we need to have a voice around that. Thank you for all the comments.
Okay. We do have a public health update today with Dr. Berry and Willie Benz at 9:45. So I'm just going to flag that 9:45 timeframe for everybody. And I will not take 9 minutes responding, but I will add a little bit here. And I'll start at the beginning with Ruth. I have had a lot of thoughts, and I'm gonna have a hard time not crying, but the people in our community who work for the people who don't have what they need are all stressed about the decisions this administration is making. So the people who struggle the most in our community are struggling even more right now with what's being discussed at the federal level. And that's not okay to me. And people come to us asking us for more, and we try to find the more and get the more out to the community and meet the lowest common denominator where we can. But we are not, in a lot of instances, we don't have a speed dial to Doge, for example. You know, so these things that are happening are existential and very tangible at the same time, and make it very hard as a local elected leader to process how to be an effective advocate. It's important that the three of us keep doing the work that you all hired us. You all, I'm looking at in the little owl's eyes right now. You all hired us to do by electing us. And that is to keep our fingers on the pulse of what's happening locally, take care of our roads, take care of our people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm tracking a bill in the legislature that's proposing to take away county's leadership role from local IDD programs. So there's a lot of stuff happening at all those levels right now, and it's like the most complicated game of Tetris that I've ever seen in my life. And I'm at a point, I'm at some moments at a breaking point with it. And that doesn't mean that I'm gonna break, but I am moving in so many directions at once right now that if I look like a whirling dervish, I am. And I think one thing I've been frustrated with on our board is every week since Heather arrived, we have not had time to do briefing and calendaring. And I realized that time on our agenda is the most important time we have to talk about if we want to send a joint letter about something. Or if, you know, I was at this meeting last week, and I think it's really important that we comment on this. We haven't had a time to have those conversations. So I've asked our staff to look at a way to ensure that we have time to coordinate and collaborate, as I think will make us more effective leaders in this pressure cooker of a time that we're living in.
Good point.
So to the specific comments, Ruth, I get it. And I just double committed myself to my local work, but as you know, my husband is very active commenting on all these federal issues, and he and I have talked about how we're gonna coordinate responses from the local level. To Diane, awesome work, really great results so far. 600, I've done a lot of surveys and community outreach, and I'm really excited to hear that so many people are responding. I hope everyone saw Superintendent Mock's video where he said he would be standing in 3 feet of water here as soon as we got the pool built.
Not in a bad way.
No, it was great with a big smile on his face. It was awesome. So, to Maggie, yeah, I got your hypothermia email, and in that moment I was cold because I was standing outside and reading on my phone, and I'm like, damn, how are we gonna keep people warm? And I've slept in those tents. I've slept in 1-season tents and 4-season tents. How do we get North Face 4-season tents for the encampment?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's the CEO of North Face? Let's make a phone call, but we need to figure out how to get those folks warm.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the roads on the west end, I've been working closely with Eric Kuzma, bless his heart. He is tracking this very closely, and I've been telling people, don't talk to me because I have a fragment of the information. Go to our public works team. So last week, on the Upper Hoe Road, Eric reported that he did have a call with Western Federal Lands about reappropriating some of the flat funds, the Federal Lands Access Program funds that we have for the 8-mile project on the Upper Hoe Road to the 9.8-mile project. He said it's gonna be a heavy lift, but it was like the first glimmer of hope we had about the solutions that we talked about with the National Park Service the week before. Cause this is one of the solutions that came out of that meeting was maybe cause no one else had any sources of funds to repair the road. So we were like, okay, how can we be resourceful with the resources we have? Well, maybe we can reappropriate $700,000-800,000 of the $5 million in plot funds we have to repair the road, and then go for another bucket of funding to refill that hole that we're gonna build in the flat project for 8 miles. Anyway, long story short, there's a glimmer of hope and Eric's working on it.
Okay.
On the South Shore Road, I talked to Eric this morning, because I also spoke with Mr. Bowen from my vacation, my 1-day vacation. After my two-week vacations got canceled, I'm feeling like I'm cramming it all in. And I said, well, by Monday I'll know more. And so I talked to Eric this morning, and Mr. Bowen called with the solution of putting, taking the ecology block off the bridge. But then when I talked to Eric this morning, he's like, there's 3 bridges out there. We need somebody from the county to go put eyes on it. So he's gonna work with our West End work staff to have them drive down and take a look.
Great.
Okay.
Take pictures.
Yeah, so that we have a firsthand sense of what's going on. Okay, I'm not gonna make it through all this. Cause it's 9:43. The process, okay, these are important. Process for the sheriff. We need to have a conversation, and I would hope that would happen during our briefing and calendaring time. But maybe we need to make sure that we do that today.
Okay.
What are our desires? It would be great to get any materials you guys got as part of your process.
Yeah.
And maybe we can coordinate with you, Laura.
Yes.
On the handoff to us. But then I was thinking over the weekend, it might be great to have interviews with these folks.
Yeah.
So that we can get a firsthand sense of their interest in the position.
And to be clear, we have this month, correct? We have to make the decision by March 3rd or 4th, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, Melissa Plyman's gonna give us next steps.
okay,
Be working on it.
Okay.
okay, great. And then I love the idea of coordinating on a letter to our federal delegation and copying the chairs. I'm figuring out who to copy.
Mhm.
So maybe Mark, can you work with the 3 of us to help
Populated.
populate a letter
Sure.
to the delegation about our concerns about recent executive orders?
Can do.
And I think especially wanting to focus on how it's gonna impact our local service providers. And, questions I had were how would it affect federal road money, for example? I mean, we don't really know, and we heard that the executive order was pulled back, but then I heard that they were telling people from all those agencies to keep moving forward with the actions, even though the order had been rescinded. So I don't know what the actual effect of that's gonna be on the ground. And that is the end of my time for. Thank you, Carolyn. We are gonna go to our public health update with Dr. Barry. And Willie Vince. Good morning, Allison. Good morning, Willie.
Good morning. It's nice to be with you all.
Nice to be with you. I don't know. Goodbye, all of our public
Goodbye.
friends and colleagues leaving the room. So, what do we have? I feel like I've had 2 colds already this year, so I feel like I need to listen harder to what you say today, but
Well, and they're hard to fully avoid. In fact, my daughter is homesick today, so if we get a small visitor entering, you just might see my camera turn off if that happens. But yeah, we are still deep in winter virus season. Thankfully, COVID-19 has been relatively mild this winter. We continue to have low rates of COVID-19 activity in our community. We are starting to see elevated rates of RSV. Thankfully, it's been a much milder year than we've seen in prior years as far as severe outcomes like hospitalization and emergency department visits, which we really credit to broader uptake of the RSV vaccine. But RSV can still make you really sick, can still make you have high fevers, especially for kids, have coughs and trouble breathing. And we are starting to see more circulation of RSV among young people right now, but thankfully milder than we've seen in years prior. There's no at-home test for RSV, and there's no specific treatment for RSV. It's all supportive care. So if you have a kiddo in your life who's home with high fevers and having more coughs, it's very possible that that could be what's going on. The main thing we worry about with RSV is shortness of breath. So if you see a kid who's showing increased work of breathing, who's having, you're seeing them use their muscles to breathe, that's a moment that you really want to go ahead and call their doctor and get them in to be seen. RSV is manageable and treatable, but it does sometimes need a higher level of care. We are continuing to see influenza activity in our community as well. After a couple weeks of decline, we're seeing influenza on the rise again. Every few years, we have what's called a bimodal distribution of flu, where we get kind of 2 peaks in the year, and this looks like it's going to be one of those years. Right now, influenza is particularly affecting our young people. We're seeing a lot of flu in our schools and a lot of flu in kids generally, but it can affect anyone of any age. Particularly the very young and the very elderly are the folks that we are the most worried about as far as severe outcomes from the flu. Now is a good time to remember the things that we can do to keep ourselves healthy. So stay up to date on your vaccines, which means an influenza vaccine and a COVID-19 vaccine for any of us over the age of 6 months, an RSV vaccine for those who are very high risk. So that's the very young newborn infants going into their first year of RSV, and elderly folks over the age of 70 or over the age of 65 with underlying conditions. So staying up to date on your vaccines will reduce your risk of getting sick and very much reduce your risk of getting severe illness from these viruses. The other big things that the rest of us can do is we can consider masking in those crowded indoor areas and definitely stay home when sick. Remember that things like RSV and even COVID in many people can look like just a cold, but for folks at high risk can be very severe. So when we stay home when we're ill, we increase the likelihood that all of our community members can stay healthy through this winter. A little update on avian influenza. Avian influenza is relatively stable right now. I have seen some kind of concerning sounding reports. I saw one come out of the Seattle Times just last week. And so far, we aren't seeing any dramatic changes when it comes to avian influenza. We have seen 67 cases in humans across the United States. None are currently in Washington State, and we have had no cases in humans in Jefferson County. Currently, we have no known dairy outbreaks in Washington State and no known poultry outbreaks as well. We have certainly seen a lot of conversation about egg prices, and there's a lot of different things going into why our eggs are so expensive. One is avian flu around the country, but we have no outbreaks here right now. So if you buy local eggs, it really shouldn't be affected by avian flu. But it is still affected by the economy and the winter. Anyone who raises chickens knows this is not their highest laying season. And so that's certainly contributing as well. But avian flu is still worth paying attention to. We continue to see spread among our wild bird population, which means that it can still affect your poultry if you keep poultry at home. So that the best that you can do is to keep those wild birds and your poultry separate as much as you can. And it's a good thing for us all to pay attention to if we have cats. So if you have an indoor cat, as long as you don't feed them raw food, they should be safe from avian flu. If you have an outdoor cat, now would be a time to consider limiting the range that they can explore outside of your house, because we have unfortunately seen cats get avian flu from eating dead wild birds that they catch out in the wild. And avian flu is very, very severe in cats. And we worry about the risk of potentially moving from cats to people. Right now, this is not primarily a human virus, it's an animal virus. And the biggest thing we all can do to keep it that way is to reduce the likelihood of it coming into us. So that means if you've got poultry, be very thoughtful about reducing their risk. And then if they get sick, wear proper PPE. So an N95 and gloves if you're taking care of them. If you have cats in your life, if you reduce their risk of getting avian flu, that reduces your risk of getting avian flu. And of course, if your cat is very sick with a respiratory or a neurologic illness, make sure they're getting the care that they need and they're seeing their vet so they can get taken care of right away. I do want to briefly comment on a little bit of what we're seeing at the national level. It has been a wild couple of weeks for all of us, but in public health in particular, a lot of recent executive orders have affected the public health sphere. Specifically, one of the ones that worries me is that over the weekend, the CDC took down a large amount of information off of their websites. So specifically, web pages that dealt with gender, that dealt with reproductive health, that dealt with guidance around treating sexually transmitted infections or even vaccines. And very concerningly took down actually their resources on the prevention of domestic violence. All of that is very concerning. We similarly saw that large-scale data sets were scrubbed of any reference to transgender people. In fact, even web pages that used to say LGBTQ now just say LGB and stop. And so I just want to acknowledge that that's happening, and it is deeply concerning, especially if you belong to any of those marginalized groups, to see your group removed from data on the federal level. And it will affect our ability to do good research going forward. Thankfully, at the local level, we are separate from the federal government. So we actually don't have to scrub our web pages. We don't have to take anything down. But it is deeply concerning to see scientific agencies just getting rid of data because it doesn't match the worldview of the current political leadership. Science and politics are supposed to be firmly separated things. We talked about this a lot during COVID-19, and I am worried about what the long-term implications of that will be. Thankfully, at the local level, we don't have to do that. So if you're worried, certainly I have had some folks who have reached out saying, we're worried that you won't be able to put out press briefings or things like that anymore because of the orders at the federal level. We don't answer to the feds. And so we can still speak to you all just like we're doing right now. We can still put out Facebook posts and things on our website. And we're going to work hard to make sure that our information remains accurate and is not affected by any political leanings. If you are interested in this information and you want access to it, a lot of epidemiologists across the country have been concerned about this, and so they've been rapid downloading what used to be on the CDC before it got wiped. So we're likely to see universities stand up some of this information so that it can still be available to researchers. And I want to acknowledge the Canadian Public Health Service is an excellent public health service. They're very similar to ours and they're not affected by these orders. So if you used to be able to access this information and you're wondering about a place to find it, in addition to us working to kind of bolster our own public information on these kind of topics, I would definitely consider checking out the Canadian Public Health Service. Their website is still up and running and unaffected. But I want to just talk about that this is going on. I think particularly when we see these kind of things, they are able to succeed if we don't acknowledge it. They succeed in silence. And I think it's an acknowledgement of how powerful this information is that someone wants to get rid of it. And we're going to work very, very hard at the local level to make sure that our folks, our people in Jefferson County and Clallam County continue to have access to accurate information that isn't affected by politics. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
A quick one on that note.
Yeah.
Should we think about spooling up a webpage, like a resource page, or maybe we already have them where we have links to as universities, if there's any compendium of resources available or to Canadian,
Yeah.
just so that there's easy access for local residents to real information. I mean, I agree with you, it's super concerning, and I feel like if I could just reroute all of my time on my calendar, I would spend all my time working on figuring out solutions for some of the things that are being undone right now, but I don't, as I said earlier, I feel like it's still important to do the work locally that we're all doing, and I think if whatever we can do to support our citizens and our neighbors and having access to good information, I think we should do that. So that's just
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good idea. And that's something we're going to be working on this week of increasing our web presence with links to accurate information. Some of this really came as a surprise. It came down kind of Friday evening that the CDC did this. And frankly, a disappointment for an agency that we would hope would say no to an order like that. And so I think a lot of us are catching up this week. And Washington State Department of Health is another place where a lot of their guidance just links to the CDC. And if you followed those links, it just went to page not found. So I think this week, a lot of us at the local and state level who also don't answer to the feds are going to be working on fixing those links. And if that means we need to link to university pages or other, access to Canadian information, then that's what we need to do. So we'll be working on that this week.
Thank you, Dr. Perry.
Did you see we had a couple of comments from
We
KPD?
did, and they were a lot along this line, and I wanna speak to particularly the wiping of the references to all transgender or non-binary people. Just want to acknowledge that scientifically, trans people, non-binary people, intersex people have always existed in all of the history of humankind, and they will continue to exist even if we don't have data. But it will make it harder to serve their needs if we don't have accurate information. Intersex people are 2% of the population. That's as common as people with red hair. So pretending they don't exist in data doesn't make any sense, and they'll still be here. And we will continue to serve people of all genders. So yes, couple questions. One person asked about some of the orders around blocking immigration. There were many orders around immigration, but some of them actually referenced a public health indication to do so, that they might be blocking immigration to prevent infectious diseases from crossing the border. And so this person was asking, what's the evidence for that? And the evidence is poor. So it doesn't work, is the long story short version of that. And we actually saw that in COVID-19. So during COVID-19, a lot of immigration was shut down under the guise of reducing COVID-19 transmission. But the thing is that viruses don't care what your citizenship is. They just care about people. So unless you fully shut down that border and not let anyone cross it, the virus will continue to cross. And so that's what we saw in COVID-19. American citizens were able to travel freely, but undocumented folks were not. And American citizens were the ones moving COVID back and forth as they traveled. So whenever you see these orders, you should, if they reference a public health indication for immigration, you should have a healthy dose of skepticism, because viruses don't care about your citizenship status. And then the other question was, are there lessons learned or to be learned about government censorship of news during the Spanish flu during World War I that apply today? And I would say yes, and you don't even have to look back that far. So during Spanish flu, there was a big pressure to not share accurate information about hospitalization and death counts, kind of to give a sunny view of what was going on, and a lot of people died because of that. But you don't even have to look back to World War I. You can actually just look at the last pandemic we had a few years ago. In different parts of the country, information was censored in different ways. And in the states that did not have access to accurate information, they have higher death rates, particularly among the young. Thankfully here, we've worked really hard to make sure people have access to excellent information throughout the pandemic, and we've had lower death rates because of it. But I think it does speak to the power of information. It's not just orders and masking. It's that people need access to accurate information in order to make smart decisions for themselves and their families. No one's planning to mandate anything, but I think every American has a right to accurate information so that they can make the decisions that are best for themselves and their families. And so we're going to work hard to make that true as much as we can here. The Canadian web pages are up and running. We're going to work on scaling up ours. If you live in Port Townsend, Port Angeles, we can get the CBC. So throughout the pandemic, actually, I would pick up the CBC on my way to work, and I would listen to Bonnie Henry, who is the provincial health officer for British Columbia, and she's fantastic. And she, when I was a young baby health officer, was someone that I modeled a lot of my work on. So she's another good source for excellent information. So we'll keep trying to keep the public informed as much as we can. And that's all the questions I got from KPTZ.
Yep.
Yeah, one question and I guess a comment. I don't know if you were with us, Dr. Barry, before we joined you, but we're looking to pin a letter to our federal delegation. So it'd be great if, as concisely as possible, some of the high points of the concerns that you shared with us today, if you could share that with Heidi or with Mark, we can make sure that we
Add that to
the letter. Yes.
That would be great.
And then my question is just about the avian flu, and I guess I read those disquieting articles and everything last week as well. I think one of the points that stuck with me was many of the dairy herds had been reinfected, and kind of the fear is that in the same way that like the Delta virus happened, where it was just kind of kept stirring the pot, and kept circulating around. That intuitively to me seems like a really concerning development if we have reinfected dairy herds and it keeps getting closer and closer. I'm wondering if you could speak to that data point and whether I'm conflating it or misinterpreting that.
Sure. Yes, so there is concern that dairy herds might be getting reinfected with avian influenza in states with high degrees of transmission. So particularly California is still seeing a ton of activity among their dairy industry. Thankfully, we actually have not seen a lot of mutation among those viruses. So they are sequencing it. This is one place where we've not seen a dramatic change in federal policy. And so they are still sequencing the viruses that are affecting the dairy herds. And we haven't seen a big shift in that. And so that's reassuring. But I think one of the big questions that we had was, how long is immunity from this? And it looks like not very long. And so once it does get into a dairy industry, it can continue to affect them going forward. I am grateful that WSDA has been very proactive in Washington State. And so we do feel relatively confident that it's not in our dairy cows here, but our country is connected, right? So if you buy milk, some of it is coming from other states. Most of us don't exclusively shop kind of from Washington farms. And so that'll affect the price of milk and things like that for the rest of us. You can feel confident that pasteurized milk from California is safe. Pasteurization kills this virus. But yes, the longer that it stays in animals that humans come close to, the more possibility that you could see a mutation that could cause problems. What's more concerning to me as far as like human risk is how frequently it gets into people. Anytime we see it cross over into people, especially actually during flu season, when you might get both viruses at the same time, standard flu and avian flu, that dramatically increases your risk of those dangerous mutations. Thankfully, we haven't seen that yet either. But the biggest thing we all can do is to reduce the likelihood of getting avian flu ourselves. So if we keep it out of people, that's the best thing we can do to reduce that risk. And know that your local public health jurisdictions, your state public health jurisdictions, your Department of Ag, your wildlife folks, we are actually all paying very close attention to this, at least in Washington. I can't guarantee that it's the same in all of the country, but here we're working really hard to make sure that it doesn't get into people. And if we see concerning signs about it in other states, we will let you know as soon as we do.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Berry. Any questions from you, Heather?
No.
Okay, well, thank you, Allison, for being with us this morning, and I'm gonna ask Willie if he has anything he would like to bring to the conversation. Willie, we'd love to hear.
One. So can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good, just making sure. I've been having a few computer issues this morning. So first things first, I guess the one thing I wanted to talk about, that snow is indeed finally here. It's something, since we saw the first climate predictions early in the season, we expected it around the February, March timeframe, and right on cue. Here we are, February 3rd, and we have our first snow of the season. So we aren't expecting excessive amounts, but our roads department reports it's going to be the right conditions for it to stick. So they aren't expecting to be able to get the roads completely clear and dry. So they're going to be focusing on sanding and salting to improve traction. So just a note to folks who are out there, increase your following distance to allow for additional stop time, exercise caution. If you are unsure about your ability to drive in winter weather, try to delay non-essential travel. Again, otherwise we're not going to get excessive snow throughout the course of today, but we will get a little bit more on Wednesday, it's looking like at this point in time, and temperatures are going to remain pretty cold throughout the course of the week. That being said, I'll address some of the issues we're seeing in emergency management trickling on down from the federal level. We haven't seen any major changes at FEMA like we have, like public health has with their federal partners, but there has been talk about elimination of FEMA, restructuring, elimination of federal funds. The big thing we would be worried about at this point in time, if there was a major disaster in Washington state, when there is the possibility of federal aid, the potential for conditional aid, like there's been a lot of talk about after the California fires. I know East Jefferson Chief Brett Black is really concerned about this as well. We rely on money and reimbursement through the Stafford Act after major federally declared disasters. And we're just, unsure what that would look like in the current climate. That being said, we have been preaching for years about the need for residents to be self-sufficient, even with a FEMA at full capacity. A major regional disaster would impact some pretty major metropolitan areas that would see the bulk of assistance go to first. So we want to continue really hammering that message home that we live out here on the peninsula. We are a rural area. We can be isolated from those major areas. And, in all honesty, during a major disaster, we'd be relatively low on the priority list just due to our rural area, our lower population compared to those metro areas. So I really want to see folks continue to take their disaster preparedness into their own hands and build self-sufficiency and resiliency locally. I do really lastly want to say, I've talked a little bit about this before. I know our folks at IMPREP have heard me say this, but disasters serve as kind of a magnifying glass for our existing social vulnerabilities. So as we're seeing, deportations, and as we're seeing the T and the Q eliminated from LGBTQ at the federal level, we really want to make sure that during a major event, those marginalized communities are the ones typically hit the hardest. During my time at the American Red Cross, for example, which is a non-governmental organization, we routinely saw folks refuse to come forward to receive aid because they were concerned about their immigration status. So, having said all that, our role in emergency management is to get the community prepared to provide relief and recovery services, same as all of our partners. And as we're seeing those marginalized communities continue to be pushed to the margins, we'll be keeping an eye on that to really ensure that during any sort of major incident, our job is to provide those assistance efforts to the whole community. And so we want to make sure we're really emphasizing that. I really appreciate Dr. Berry's work and her talk today about the special care and attention those communities need during these hard times. So very much a topic of conversation for us in emergency management, again, because disasters, like viruses, like everything else, they affect everyone, and these communities are going to be particularly vulnerable should something strike. Other than that, I had no KPTZ questions this week, so I'll take any questions from the commissioners. Otherwise, I appreciate the conversation.
Thanks, Willie. Any questions for Willie?
Thank you, Willie. I do have a couple of questions. And one just came up this morning, when we were talking about the Upper Hoe Road and, South Fork Quinault Road washouts. And can you just, tell us any coordination that you've already had with Public Works and or, any role that you think emergency management may or may not reasonably play and helping to come up with solutions there?
Yeah, absolutely. Eric and I coordinated prior to the disaster declaration, since that's something we in emergency management typically take the lead on. But because this was a little bit different than some of the washouts and major emergencies in years past, public health has been in the public works has been in the driver's seat for the bulk of that. We did talk a little bit, and I had a brief email exchange with Ed Bowen on this as well about the potential for a disaster declaration at the state or even federal level for that emergency. We're highly unlikely to receive one of those declarations. There are monetary thresholds at the county and state level that we're unlikely to meet. We have in the past, in pursuing declarations, tried to string together major weather systems and events into one larger series of winter weather catastrophes to kind of bolster our costs associated with these events and really try to make a stronger case at the federal level for a federal declaration. Unfortunately, this washout happened after a series of events, but not necessarily associated with any particular one. So again, looking unlikely we're going to be able to pursue a declaration at the state and federal level, which would have been really helpful towards opening up some potential other funding avenues. That's been our primary role so far, but again, always kind of touching base and keeping an eye on the situation. But at this point in time, again, our primary role in facilitating some of those declarations and that potential funding, not going to look fruitful at this point in time.
Okay, thank you for addressing that. And one other thing, just you touched on self-sufficiency for individuals, and I have heard that message loud and clear throughout our community. So I just want to support it and reiterate it. And I also just wanted to ask you, I've been doing a little bit of research on food systems and emergency management around sustainable local food systems. I came across the Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future, their food system resilience planning guide for local governments that they did a big study and came up with some good planning guidance in 2022. And I'm wondering if you've seen it, and or if you haven't, can I send it to you and we could have a conversation about the tools that are there.
Yeah, I have not seen that particular study, so do please send that my way. I'd be happy to talk about that a little bit more. That's actually a great kind of setup. I'll be back at 2:30 to talk about my 2025 work plan, which does include some food resiliency and food systems planning. So I'll touch base on some of our plans around that a little bit later. But that is going to be a focal point for us in 2025. We've spent the past couple of years off and on looking to pursue some grant funding for a program out of University of Arizona called Fusion, spelled FEWSION, Food, Energy, Water, is what the FEW stands for, to conduct a supply chain analysis on everything of where our food comes from, where our energy, where our petroleum, all that kind of fun stuff. But have been unsuccessful in being able to find some funding to conduct that study. But we do have a couple volunteers from us who I'm sure most of you are familiar with. We have some real movers and shakers who are lending us a hand to start to conduct some of that food systems and resiliency analysis and put together a little bit stronger of a plan and some better messaging from us on what a resilient food system and what resiliency looks like.
Yay, thank you so much. And I will send you a link to that study.
Awesome.
Can't wait for that workshop, Willie. I'm excited to have that conversation.
Sure.
Anything else? anything bubble up for you, Dr. Berry?
I think the only brief note, thank you for speaking on immigration. One of the things we talked about, we've been talking about in staff meetings is HIPAA still applies. So one of the things that we see whenever these kind of orders come down is that folks who are undocumented might be more hesitant to access healthcare services. And so one of the things that we've spoken about with our staff is that we don't need anyone's immigration status when they come to see us. We don't need to take that information down. And if someone requested that information, they couldn't have it because of HIPAA. So if you are at all worried about accessing healthcare services, know that the public health department remains a safe place to access care, and our health systems around here are similarly committed. So Jefferson Public Health, Jefferson Healthcare, all have had similar conversations, and you can still seek care. We will take care of you, and we will work hard to protect your data, regardless of your status.
Dr. Berry, thank you so much. That's such an important message to put out to our community. Thank you for holding those values.
We appreciate both of you, Allison and Willie, so much. And I think we're all learning a different definition of leadership in this time. And our hearts are all growing. I feel like my heart's growing daily, and I've always been one of those people that's very close to tears a lot, and I'm just watermelon eyes all the time now, drippy. So, and feeling fierce inside. So I appreciate, us taking a stand locally, taking care of our community, helping people who reach out to us, helping wherever we can. So I think we need to develop our own acronym, our own catchy acronym. I'm looking at Commissioner Brotherton.
All right.
He's our singer.
Catchy acronym superpower.
Well, thank you, KBTZ listeners. We'll sign off for now, and we'll see you all around this water cooler next month on the first Monday of the month.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can look at consent agenda.
Yes.
Because we have a 10:30 workshop with Sarah Melanson on the HR manual, the personnel manual, but we probably can address questions about consent.
Yeah, commissioners, we're pulling item number 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have that.
Thank you.
We have that.
I had a lot of questions about item number 2.
Okay,
Maybe I could ask at least one of them, though.
Sure. Yeah, we'll bring that back next week.
Okay. Can I start?
yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
About item number 2, I was just going back and trying to see some of that history, and I don't see anywhere, and I may be missing it, where there is a folder with the meeting, recorded.
It wasn't, the future ones will be.
Will be, okay, are there minutes or?
There are minutes that are, yeah, there are minutes.
Okay, I think that unless I'm mistaken, I think there's no folder yet to find information about that meeting. There is a previous folder in, under past committees. And it has 2 old resolutions in it that are no longer active, so from that meeting.
I think you want to look under Water Utility Coordinating Committee. That's the confusing thing, is there's 2 acronyms.
Look, I did look under
Okay.
that, and if you see,
See.
I mean, we
Oh,
can,
maybe there isn't.
yeah, I think it's not there, but
Okay.
Look is there under past committees, so I think we just need to reactivate that
Yeah.
folder so that people can find that information.
Thank you. It's good.
It was a complex one when I got home at 8 o'clock last night and stayed up till midnight.
Yeah.
Doing packet, and I spent an hour on this one, and I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm glad we're,
Wading into the deep end on revitalizing this committee.
which is, I think, a great thing. but
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I'm glad we're gonna have some time to think about it. On number 1, the on-site sewage action plan. I may be missing something. On page 3 of the agenda item, it's actually page 1 of the contract. It says $90,000, but in our agenda request, it says $90,645. So where's that additional $645? is my question.
That's on their agenda requests, but in the contract, you're saying it's a different, it's on the contract review form.
Yeah, on the contract itself, and I'll try to pull it up quickly. Their actual contract that the providers, ESP.
Puget Sound Partnership.
Yeah, it says 90,000, just spelled out in words.
I wonder, I mean, the contract usually up to amounts, but what page is that on? Oh,
Should be number one of the contract and number three of our, the fold file that's in our packet.
their 14th page of exhibit B states 90,645.
Okay, so page one says 90,000 and page 14 says 9645. Are we comfortable with it being, I mean, it's them not getting paid as much if it's wrong, but
I'm trying to get to that folder. Yeah, let's see.
I should see it on page one. I'm trying to find the amount. You said it was spelled out?
yeah, it's spelled out. It's page
Oh, I see
3.
at the bottom.
Yeah, but page 1 of the Puget Sound Partnerships.
Yeah, it says will
contract.
not exceed $90,000.
Right. So I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, I would think that the table on page 14 would take precedence.
Okay, it's the will not exceed language that's a little bothersome to me, but I'm comfortable signing it because it's less for us. So anyway, that was my comment. We should decide what to do about that.
Good catch.
I just had a question for public health and maybe I can ask on number 4, is this the healthy youth survey? That's something we've done before. Does anybody know how the data is collected? It says 6th through 12th graders. Do we go into the
Surveys.
schools? Is
Yeah,
it
surveys
surveys
to the
in the
student.
schools? And just given out administered by the teachers? How do we collect the data? I don't remember my kids ever taking it, but I might not know. They might not come home and say, hey, mom, I took a
Right.
youth survey today.
I would have to be making an assumption if I go to how the
Okay,
data is collected.
yeah,
I
I'll
know
just
it is. But I know the challenge before has been often that information is challenging to get, even when we collect it ourselves, it's challenging to
Right.
get our own information back, as we stand up epidemiology and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, and this is just our obligation to share that data. Sounds good. The school to work program number 5. This is, it was interesting to me that this is actually a question for Mark. $10,088.40 per student, but no limit on the number of students. How do you budget? Is it just that we know typically about how many students go through this program? Do you, Mark?
I think we would submit a report to the funding agency. And they would multiply that amount times the number of students.
And you just never had it be more than you were.
Well, you don't know how many students are going to participate.
Right, so how do we plan for how much we're gonna spend? If we don't know how many students?
Yeah, I'm locked out of Laserfish. I can't
Oh,
look into any of these like the documents, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
If you look at contract D 2437, that's like the DVR contract, right?
right.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the contract because it would be in there.
What
Because
number?
this is the
it's
subcontract here.
This is number 5,
Yeah,
the school to work program. Is there a maximum amount of students or dollars?
it says specifically there is no limit on the number of students. But that we'll pay $10,088.40 per student.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, historically, we must be comfortable with that because we've probably signed it before, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just a
Yeah, this
renewal.
is not new.
So I'm assuming it's that we know typically how many students we've had. It just
They
seemed
could
a
look
little
to-
odd
They
to
could
me.
look to the past and, take the last 5 years and average it. or
Right,
Using some method.
yeah, I felt like it's a little hard for us to budget. What if they come back with twice as many students as they had last time? And which is curious to me. I had one other question.
That'd be a good question for Bonnie.
Bonnie Obremski.
Yeah, because this is her agenda
Contract,
request.
Yeah, her contract. I mean, again, I feel like we know enough about this program. I think I would, and we probably have a history of how many students, but
Yeah, and we know what IEPs, you have to have an IEP in school
Right.
too, so I mean, there could be new students coming in, but you know,
Sure.
they're not blank slates coming in and transitioning. It's a
okay.
continuation of existing programs.
I think because of all those things, I'm comfortable signing it, but I would like to just have the conversation
Good question.
around the contract. Why can't we set a limit so that we can plan for our budget and know how many it's gonna be? My only other question, increase funded. So in the, number 6, monitoring the well establishment for water reclamation permit. It's the amount of 79,933. So there were a few contracts here this week where the increase that we're being asked to sign for is funded. It's funded,
Right.
this one's funded by Commerce.
Yeah,
Do we have agreements with Commerce that say that they'll cover the increase? Do we know?
No,
How do we know they're gonna cover the increase?
it's the
look at
grant.
our grant amount. We got $20 million.
It's within the grant amount.
It's still within the grant amount. Okay, great.
That's
That
Samantha Harbor
agreement,
is tracking all the grant amounts.
great.
And
That
asking for more
just
money,
wasn't
right?
part of the
Because
packet.
And we're at,
inflation is-
yeah, asking for $3 million more
Great.
dollars.
Perfect. Okay, great. That's all I needed, just to make sure that we know that we're not gonna go back to them and say, hey, we approved a contract.
And back to the school to work program,
Okay,
this is a pass-through arrangement
okay,
where if it's 10 students, the
PVR.
division of, whatever it's called, the
Rehabilitation.
division of vocational rehab
right.
will send us the money and then we pay the contractor.
So
So
it doesn't even come out of
doesn't
our
matter.
budget.
It doesn't matter what it costs.
That's a really important piece of information. Thank you so much.
And then item E on page 14, you know, it's. If the funding is withdrawn, reduced or limited, there's a big. You know. Section on that, if the county determines in its sole discretion that the funds that relied upon. To establish this agreement have been withdrawn, reduced or limited, then there's a
Right.
whole bunch of
Yep, I saw that.
procedures that happen to. Spool that work back.
Okay. Okay, I think, yeah, that all makes me, the pass-through piece, I didn't see that. Or maybe it's not part of it.
Bonnie hopped on just in case. You want her to answer?
Well, maybe, yeah, just to see how many students does she know how many students we typically have in the program?
Bonnie, you wanna unmute?
Hi.
Hi. Hey, Bonnie.
Yeah, Carolyn filled me in. So how this works with you see fee for service. So the government, the state reimburses us per student up to a certain amount, but they did not give us a limit on how many students can be served.
Because they'll pay for as many students as we have.
Correct. And there's only one student fully enrolled right now. Potentially one more will be added, but before the end of the contract period. So it's not a lot.
Okay. Sounds good. I love your Care Bear hat.
Thank you. Care Bear stare. We need it.
Thanks for jumping in, Bonnie.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thanks for having me. All right. Bye-bye.
I mean, it's totally fine to have these questions and it's great that our staff are
It's amazing.
hovering and ready to answer them because
Yes.
how can we possibly know every single detail, right?
Right, yeah, thank you so much. It's really, really helpful. My last comment is how cool, number 11, the preceptor service, that relationship between public health, Jefferson County Public Health and Pacific Lutheran University, I did not know that we had that shared, we get to use their students in our nursing program, and it's such a win-win situation for us. So.
And Lutheran Services was one of the entities under attack at the federal level over the weekend.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yes.
just a note on that. Anything on consent from you, Greg?
No, that's good. Lots of great stuff on here, and I know we're at 10:30, so.
Yeah, I would just say that few things I really spent a lot of time reading last night was the agreement with Puget Sound Partnership and the continued efforts that our team is making on making EPL or InterGov more effective so that we have a seamless public interface for a lot of this information
Yeah.
is super it's just hard and great work. You know, and it's gonna
Better
be
and better.
so helpful and everything's, yeah, it's getting better all the time. So thank you, team, if you're listening, for all the work you're doing. Also, I have been personally involved in item number 3. This is the Lower Chimney Creek Main Stem project. This is at Price Street. We've all heard about Price Street for decades. And this is the acquisition of that RRI property, which is the property that was eroding into Chimicum Creek that we removed the trailer from a few years ago. The Chris Oda property and the Hanson property, 3.14 acres right at that confluence. Or that curve in the creek that's right where that whole cliff was failing. So it's really a huge step forward.
To preserve that land. And
Yeah.
keep it from eroding any
Yeah,
further.
yeah.
That's amazing.
And protect the creek, because that's right below where the main stem washout happened, where Irondale Road crosses the creek and I didn't even appear 81, like it was in the early 80s. The road washed out and extirpated the run of chum in the creek. And so, you know, one of the concerns was if there was a huge landslide, it could have, you know, blocked the creek.
Yes.
And caused that all over again, and all the work, decades of reintroduction and Tom J driving his rattly little truck out to Snow Creek to move salmon fry to Chimicum. I mean, I've watched all this all firsthand, and I just think that when I saw this, I was
Yes.
finally, so anyway,
One of those long-term projects that finally pays off.
and the only other one I wanted to mention was number 10, the therapeutic courts item. This is the 3 years ago, we decided to carve out a portion of the behavioral health funds to support our coordination between all the court programs. And at the time, it was a very contentious issue within the behavioral health committee. But to me, it felt like such a fundamental, like base level service. If we don't have coordination of folks getting services from these different court programs, then how do we know where they're getting their services and how their needs are being met? And so Rebecca, who sits on the other side of this wall here, I think, was hired to do that work. And this is coming down from decades ago when Ford Kessler was doing a lot of this coordination, and that went away, that capacity went away. So we kept seeing chunks of capacity. I'm just saying this for Heather's benefit.
Yes.
We kept seeing those chunks of capacity go away. And this was an effort to bring that all into a coordinated space again.
And not to have to search for funding for it every single year and spend that
Right,
time.
and
Just
also
make it
not to lose the capacity completely, so that those programs were more fragmented. We wanted them to stay
Okay,
kind of
that makes sense.
buttoned up, so
It's a great program.
that's something that may come up at behavioral health. That's why I wanted to call this one out, but
Okay.
anyway. Love our solid waste reappointments of Tracy and Bliss,
Absolutely.
both super active members of the solid waste committee.
An important time.
Yeah, so happy to entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of number 2.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes unanimously. And we'll move right into our 10:33 workshop with our, I want to say, the Charlie's Angels of Human Resources. Trio, dynamic trio.
I'm just gonna stick in my
Lindsay, Kristen, and Sarah.
I see a Halloween costume.
Yeah. So this is the culmination of a lot of work on your guys' parts, and so appreciate it. So let's hear where we're at.
Yes, it is. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again this morning. Today is the second time we're meeting this year regarding the updates to the personnel manual. We met a couple weeks ago and I walked through most of the revisions that had been made to the personnel manual, and I provided a list of what those items were. And previous to that, the prosecuting attorney's office, Phil Hunsucker, had done a lot of work on updating the personnel manual and updating laws, etc. And so because we're getting this momentum now, the plan is to go through it again with you. If you have any revisions you'd like to see, once those are incorporated, I'll send those out to staff and the unions to review. And then once we get that back, if we need to have another meeting with you, we will. If we don't need another meeting, I will send it to the prosecuting attorney's office for review and then for ultimate adoption by the board. So that's the plan. And so with that, are there any items now you have questions about, anything you'd like to see, etc.?
It is remarkable how much work you've done on this. I mean, the amount of detailed edits, it was really like, this has taken you a year?
It's been longer than a year. It was with the prosecuting attorney's office for almost that long. It's been with me for quite a while. And then also I have to thank my staff. They've also combed through it and have worked on it. So it's been definitely a team process.
Amazing, really.
I'd also like to say before we move on to is that this manual is such an important handbook to guide our staff and our management staff on how to, if there are questions about how to respond to an employee questions or how to administer things like vacation or leave. And it's really a useful and has been a very sound document for us to use.
I appreciate you saying that, because that's, you know, I like having a couple weeks to look through it, and that is how I read it last time, as, you know, a departmental director, how usable is this document, and it's, it looks great. I just, you know, no notes is really what I'm saying. I think that this is, obviously, lots of eyes have been on this, and it's an iterative improvement of a used document. You know, you can almost see the past use of it in the language. So it looks well vetted, and I learned a lot going through it and I see manifestations of this in the culture of the council. So I think it's real strong.
And this document works in conjunction with the collective bargaining agreements that we have with each of the bargaining units.
Yeah.
Really critical. And I think, I don't know if I mentioned, but at the newly elected officials conference in November, they said specifically, one of the first documents you should look at is your personnel administration manual to understand not only the culture of the organization, but, you know, a lot of detail about how things are administered. So it was just excellent timing for to be able to.
Yeah, I'm sure I looked through it before, but I haven't studied it like this, and it was really helpful.
It's really interesting too, because there's so much, we may not have memorized every aspect of it because it's huge, but if someone calls and says, do I get this holiday off? I didn't work on Friday, but holidays are Monday, do I get the Monday off? We can say, well, let's look at the manual together and let's find out together. And so in a way, it's really a tool too, to be able to collaborate with our folks.
That's fantastic. You guys are gonna get really tired of me, I know. You've been so gracious, so far. And yes, so I mentioned to you, there was one correction that I wanted to make sure that I had some actually evidence to suggest this. And it's in that brief history section, which is page 16, it's page 16 of this, you know, red line document. It's section 1.1. And so I checked in with our Historical Society research team, and I have some books here for you to give you, because I don't want you to just take my word for it. I also kind of questioned my own family lore and had to go back to my own family and like, is this possible that it wasn't actually Lauren Brown Hastings who was seated as one of the first on that first seat? But his name is Lauren, Loren,
Brown. He was known as LB Hastings Senior, because his son was Lauren Bingham. And he was, and I have now lots of real evidence that he was among that seat of the first 3 county commissioners in 1852. So his name is not Lucius, and I don't think there was any Lucius B. Hastings in Jefferson County, but that's still remains to be seen. I think it's like combining 2 different people's names, somebody else named
It
Lucius.
is Lauren B though?
Lauren B. Hastings or Lauren Brown Hastings was his name. I love this story because to me, what I love about it is it loops us back into history. And it shows too how this document works, that it can be updated with conversation and with people reviewing it and with data. It just exemplifies all of that. And it's fun too, right? It is fun. Cool.
That's great.
That, honoring Lauren Hastings, I mean, maybe he's somewhere and didn't like the name Lucius, I don't know. I don't know. But it has inspired me to go, and so I'm, on my own time, I'm gonna go work with our archives to create a history of all the commissioners. So that, and I'll offer that to you when I have it. Because there isn't one, a list of all commissioners throughout Jefferson County's history. There is one of sheriffs. The sheriff's department had a retiree went through at one point and now has a list. Lauren Brown Hastings was also the 5th sheriff in the department. So yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna eventually, I think it'll take quite a while, but someday I'll.
Can we have it on felt on the wall in here like they have? Everyone who's ever worked at the library right now, if anyone hasn't been to the county library lately, I'm pretty sure it's still up. They have a timeline
There you go.
of all of the staff of the library over history.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's cool.
and it's on felt.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anyway, the rest of it just looks fantastic and it's such an important tool. So thank you for your work. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will proceed on the next steps.
You don't need any action today?
Well, actually, I do. Thank you for reminding me. The action is that with the revisions, that we can go forward with the next steps, which is to, the revisions are complete to date and, we're going to the next steps, which is to share with unions and staff. I run it again through the PAO and then you put it up. Okay. Sounds good. Do we need to approve?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve this draft, move through the collective bargaining units and the prosecutor's office with the one change to correct Heather's family case.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll just share a funny story. My best friend's house is like one of the old houses in town and and then I ran into another friend. She's like, oh, my aunt, I forget what her aunt's name was.
Auntie,
Aunt so-and-so was the first person to live in that house. And I just get all these pieces of history that intertwine, with the current generation of residents, with the first generation of residents. It's so fun.
Somebody else, and it could be wrong. I mean, that was the most remarkable thing about seeing this is that we kind of went back and went like, oh, well, maybe we got it wrong. Maybe, and then I thought, I said that a few times in my campaign, like, oh gosh, that's terrible. And then I thought, well, I hope they voted for me for many other reasons besides my great grandfather was the, so not identifying so much with your history is also a really good thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's really about what we do now that is important.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do we have public comment on this? We do not have public comment on this item, but I always love public comment, so let's see. I will. Let's just open public comment.
Sure.
For taking action. It's an important step in this process, and I'm sure Tom's been riding along the entire way. So Mr. Tiersch, come on over and let's hear what you have to add to the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Eisenhower. I Appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. I was a little, I was wondering, I'm looking at the document that was in the agenda packet. The word citizen still appears in the red line version numerous times. It has not been replaced with the other term persons or whatever. So I don't know what version of this document I'm supposed to be looking at, or if those changes have been made. And on those same lines, glad to hear that Mr. Hunsaker spent a great deal of time reviewing this. And there was also a brief mention that he was reviewing county ordinances or laws. I was wondering if a recommendation had been prepared for the Planning Commission to revise all the various 50+ instances in the Jefferson County Code where the word citizen is inappropriately used. And if not, could there be such a recommendation? That would be a big step forward. This is akin to what happened at the state legislature when they revised the entire RCW to go to gender neutral language, for example. Well, a similar effort should be made on the county code for that issue, and also for the issue of citizenship or the reference to the word citizen. And if that could be done, that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks very much.
We'll go through again and make sure that every word citizen is changed to resident. That's
Doing a quick search on the clean version, it only has one reference to citizenship and the discrimination that people who won't be biased against folks, regardless of, sexual orientation.
So it looks like it's been fixed.
For the minutes, we changed it years ago at Mr. Texas advice and from citizen to individual. Which I'm putting that, yeah.
So you're saying the clean version,
I did a control F on citizen. I
it
only
looks
found
like
one.
only the word citizenship is there in an appropriate
Inappropriate use.
appropriate place. So maybe
But yeah, we're
look
double
at
checking.
what's there.
Maybe, well, that was he was referring to the red line version. too,
Yeah,
so that-
everything's in there still.
Yeah.
Stuff we cross out.
Okay,
Thank you for making sure.
point duly noted though, Mr. Tiersch. I'm gonna, unless there's anyone else who'd like to comment on the personnel manual, I will close public comment on this item. And did I already call the question?
You did.
Yeah, I did. We already voted. Okay. Thought so. I try to take comment before we vote, but sorry, we didn't get to it that time. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Thank you. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no set time on central services. So I'm just concerned we're not gonna get to calendaring. I have something that I need your guys' input on.
Okay.
Well,
So I'm gonna take a couple of minutes here.
Okay.
Where we invite Sean to join us and do the central services work plan.
Okay.
Because we still have quite a bit of time. So as Greg knows, and Heather's heard me talk about, I have been participating in a number of DNR related work groups for the last 4 years, 3 years, 3.5 years. And one of them is the Encumbered Lands Work Group that was pulled together by BOCC, and it's a team meeting of a number of 3 counties that have been having conversations with the legislature about the impacts to the marbled murrelet and spotted owl federal regulations on their counties for over a decade. And that's Skamania, Wahkiakum, and Pacific counties. 2 years ago, 2023 legislative session, Senator Vandeweghe at the time introduced a proviso that provided $10 million to encumbered lands counties, $5 million to those 3 counties and $5 million to Jefferson and Clallam. And subsequent to that, the Encumbered Lands Work Group did our work, and DNR analyzed how many acres of lands within each of the 5 counties were actually encumbered by these federal regulations. And in the 3 county region, there was, let's see, Pacific, Skamania had the most, Wahkiakum had the less, Pacific had the less. Anyway, there's a mix, right? And in the case of those 3 counties, one county has like tens of thousands of acres of encumbered lands, and another county has, in the low thousands.
Right.
Between Clallam and Jefferson,
It's all been.
they have like 25,000 acres of encumbered lands and we have under 300 acres.
Right.
The group felt like it was still beneficial to keep our team together to move through this conversation. And to kind of get to the end of this encumbered lands work that we were doing together, which we've done. And we recommended using a method that would acknowledge the different, and I would come back periodically to Kate and Greg and say, this is where we're leaning, what do you guys think? Are you okay with us getting $10 when Clown gets $10,000, you know, whatever. I mean,
Right.
and so, we have not been in a situation where we actually had lands presented to us until last week. And so what DNR came forward with is they're proposing to do an acquisition in Clallam County. And we would do a interagency exchange so that we would benefit. There would be acres marked for Jefferson County in that Clallam County forest.
Okay.
So that we would get the revenue off those acres.
Oh.
And this was something we were all excited about because it would expedite the process of finding these replacement acres for encumbered lands.
You mean they could go into other, it could be in Jefferson County as well, Fallon County?
Right, so we could buy acres, we could buy 500 acres in Jefferson County and some of them could be allocated for Clallam County.
Oh, okay.
DNR was just looking for like the first really good viable set of acres that they could buy and they found some green diamond owned acres in Clallam County. And so the proposal is that, so as part of that proposal though, DNR is also shopping around for replacement acres for the DABOB. The DABOB Natural Area Preserve expansion, and actually there's replacement acres still needed from the previous expansion of DABOB.
Right.
For Jefferson County to benefit our junior taxing districts in Jefferson County. So DNR is proposing to do this acquisition in Clallam County. Some of the money from timber harvest in Clallam County will come to Clallam County. Some will come to Jefferson for our less than 300 acres of encumbered lands. And some will come to us for portions of the thousands of acres that have been locked up. Sure, that's gonna be on the headline somewhere that I said locked up, but anyway, basically locked up from timber harvest because it's part of the Natural Area Preserve. And if you haven't been down there, that's a tour that you should prioritize doing.
Okay.
It's like our own little Alaska. Anyway, so I said, I am inclined to, move forward with this proposal. What DNR Dwayne Emmons, who is still at DNR and staying on the team, which is awesome because he's been in all these conversations that I've been in. He said, well, just get concurrence from your seatmates that you're good with us moving forward with this acquisition. But what he said about these acres is that they'll be able to do, some of the acres are almost ready to be harvested. And some are like 20 years out from being harvested, but that'll be sooner harvest. And that will benefit us than anywhere else they're really looking right now at buying.
Wait, say that one more time?
Sooner than.
The harvest will happen sooner there.
Okay.
I mean, it's really productive acreage
Right.
and some of it's ready to be harvested.
Oh, wow.
Or
Okay.
nearly ready to be harvested. So we'll see money flowing from this transaction before many of the other parcels of land that DNR has considered for these replacement land. They're still talking with landowners in Jefferson County, probably Rainier Timber, I imagine. I know that Northwest Watershed Institute was very interested in DNR pursuing some of the lands in the upper Tarboo watershed near 104, just south of 104. To keep those in productive timber operation versus potentially being used. Because in the past, Rainier has done some conversions of lands to their property development company, Radiant, and they become residential development. And so that would erode kind of the protection of the Tarboo watershed. So Peter's interested in keeping some of the lands in the very upper portion of that watershed in forestry. And would like to see DNR buy those and keep them in forestry, but that conversation has been fits and starts. So I am inclined to tell DNR and Dwayne Emmons to proceed with this acquisition, and we'll start seeing the benefits of it. You know, soon-ish.
What are the
Maybe not.
drawbacks?
I was listening for drawbacks. I don't hear any drawbacks, because we built into the encumbered lands work this whole. It's not an intertrust exchange, but it's like a inter-agency exchange of. Basically designating acres for Jefferson County within this acquisition that will benefit us.
Right.
Yeah,
And they would go to which, like, which junior?
they would
council
be, they would go to, the money would go to Stacy to divide amongst the taxing districts.
district? So evenly divided between our junior or pre, but in
The
like,
funding that came to Jefferson County
right?
would be,
I mean, it's just a quilting fire department for the DNR.
For
yeah,
Dave Bob,
for Dave
yeah,
Bob,
it was
right?
that
So
for
would
Dave
just
Bob.
Go to the same,
Those-
lost the.
Right.
Okay.
yeah. And in terms of the encumbered lands, I imagine, I think most of those are on the west end.
Yeah.
So it would be the tax districts out on the west end.
Right, okay.
It would
Yeah.
receive those dollars.
Yeah, it would be in the districts or the portions of the county where the encumbered lands lie.
Great.
Yeah. So,
That's good.
Yeah, I don't see any downside.
Mhm.
okay. Okay, just wanted to,
No, appreciate you writing about
Okay.
it, but that's
Okay.
kind of the purpose of all this, so,
yeah, and I told Dwayne I would get back to him today. So,
Great.
yeah. You don't need an accurate emotion or
no,
anything.
I don't.
Stay
Just
close.
your concurrence, that would be the,
Yep, you have it.
okay, great. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, because this would have been a briefing thing, but Heather, I don't know if you've gotten dialed into the WASAC virtual county virtual assemblies.
It's today.
Okay, you're getting those emails.
Yes, I
Okay.
am. Yeah, it's today at noon if we can make it.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. But I just wanted, I was like, I wonder if, I hope Heather's on this list.
Thank you.
It looks like it's gonna be an interesting one today.
Okay,
Done?
yeah.
Jail and juvenile facility study that WASAC did. Looking at changes in population characteristics between 2010 and 22. And learning about kind of the shortages at the facilities.
Oh,
So,
right. Yeah.
Cool.
okay. Sorry, those were my two little things I wanted to make sure that we got to. And anything else we want to check in, any front pots boiling over on the front burners for you guys?
I wanna confirm calendaring next week. I have a
Yes.
conflict. I'm doing the point in time count at the caravan, so
Mm-hmm.
I saw on your calendar that, but it starts at 11:15.
11:15.
So
Got
I'll
it.
start the meeting and then just make you the host.
Okay.
And send you kind of the topics. that we're going about.
11:15 is even, but we have
Okay.
a little breathing room.
Right.
Just a note, we're not doing public comment on this beginning of briefing and calendar. Sorry.
And it'd be great
Reach
if
out.
you do make time for calendaring.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So reach out to us if you have questions about things we're talking about, as you all do, reach out to us directly. And we will get back to you. Okay, we have no set time on our colleague Sean Frederick. Come up, Sean, come on up. On the 2025 Central Services Work Plan. So. Thanks for being with us today, Sean. We haven't had a real update on central services for a while, so this is exciting.
I hope so.
Yeah. I was, the first thing I thought was, and I'm glad it's in here, the roofs on the community centers.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, commissioners, for offering me an opportunity to give you a briefing on the 2025 work plan. As obviously you've already seen this presentation, a lot of it will be sort of celebrating what's happened in 2024 and really discussing what we'll be working on in 2025 to continue supporting everyone else. It's really important as a Central Service Department Director for me. I recognize that my job is sort of twofold. And it's something that I really stress with the staff on a regular basis. There is an internal body of work that is required in terms of facility maintenance and making sure that information systems are secure and operating. But that is always secondary to providing the external service of supporting our customers throughout the county and the public. And those really are two separate things that have to be maintained in balance to have an effective central services department. But really, it's important also that I start off by acknowledging the wonderful staff that we have. They certainly have continued all of the work through a lot of adversity in recent months and years. And I have some of the key contributors to this presentation listed. You can see them there, Renee, Matt, Mikey, Jenny, Ken and Kevin. This presentation and most of the work that is done in central services could not be accomplished without their hard work and dedicated effort to really make sure that we're supporting the county. This is really just an overview of the organizational chart from the county administrator down. Obviously, the county administrator is my supervisor. And you can see that primarily we operate in two business units, the information services unit and the facilities services unit. In total, this encompasses information technology, GIS, records, public records, our custodial services, and of course, our facilities maintenance. We have a financial analyst, Renee Talley, who does incredible work in making sure that all of our budgeting and all of our financial tasks are completed appropriately. She's an important partner with the auditor's department and making sure that we look at all of our processes and policies and make sure that all of the business aspects continue to happen as needed so that we have effective operations within the department. You will note that there's an administrative assistant position that was approved. It's a budgeted position that is currently vacant. We will be moving forward with recruiting for that position in the near future. We do want to make sure that we look at that position description, both internally and externally, and make sure that we craft a position that both meets our internal needs and also allows us to support the needs of our customers in an effective way before we move forward with that recruitment effort.
Yeah, I might add, succession management is an important thing to keep in mind with staff. And Renee's been with the county for 30+ years.
Oh, wow.
And she won't be here forever. And so this administrative assistant will provide continuity whenever Renee decides to retire. Sorry.
No worries. So we'll start with information technology, which is really providing the backbone, our email, our phones, our data, these systems that support our data storage. Obviously, we have a records management supervisor who does that actual records management in our records center. We'll talk about that later. But what were some of the significant accomplishments of the IT team in 2024? I think one of those was actually discussed in public comment this morning, which is the makeover of the county website. And the county website is a bit of a misnomer. Our website is actually highly decentralized. And it's also worth noting that in the makeover, there were no changes to the existing links. What we're really experiencing is renewed interest in the website. I have asked the team, we do scan for broken links periodically. However, the tool that we currently have requires individual segments of the website to be scanned individually, as opposed to being able to scan the entire website as a total entity. So I've asked them to get some quoting for some additional tools that will allow us to do that work much more effectively. And then hopefully we can move forward and resolve the issue of all of the broken links here pretty quickly. When we look at things like rolling out system devices, basically we operate on a 4-year schedule. Every year we replace about 25% of our devices across the county. That is to make sure that we're operating on current technology. It deals with some of the security issues that could be related to hardware as opposed to software. And it also makes sure that we really continue to put ourselves in a position that our staff can operate on current technology, which is always in the best interest of efficiency. A project that has been long-standing, the Critter Project, the Continued Critical Information Technology Server Room Project, is a project that was actually started in 2023. I had to ask the staff what Critter was, just to really understand what it is, and really what it will do. Currently, essentially, our backbone currently lives here in the courthouse. There's no redundant power to support our systems in the event of power outages. We are relocating that backbone to the sheriff's office where there is redundant power. It will give us a better opportunity for continuity of operations. It also involves re-networking how all of our locations talk to each other. So we're working through that process as well. Other improvements include Barracuda cloud migration, which is our gateway defense. It makes sure that websites that we visit are safe. It also archives our emails to make sure that whenever we have public records requests, we're able to do thorough searches of those activities and recall those responsive emails. Implementation of multi-factor authentication. This is really about security of our systems, very common in today's cyber world. To use multi-factor authentication for things like banking or any other critical system, frankly, where there might be sensitive information contained. The team has entered into a strategic partnership with Homeland Security for elections and cybersecurity. Things like installing new scale equipment and integrating those with our systems in solid waste. Implementation of the customer self-service portal. And of course, help desk, which is the normal, the most common interaction or interface that people have with the information technology staff. They addressed 549 help desk tickets in 2024. So for the team of essentially 5 people, they stay incredibly busy, really doing the work that you would see in much larger information system teams. It's worth noting that even though we are a smaller jurisdiction, the body of work from an IT perspective in supporting that jurisdiction is not diminished. It will be the same body of work, activities that have to be undertaken that you would see in much larger jurisdictions with significantly larger staff.
Yeah, and believe it or not, when I got here in 2017, we had 4 in our IT shop. We now have 6.
So 2025 goals, we're rapidly moving towards completion of the Critter project. The Tyler Tech on-service migration. Some people will commonly refer to that as the Munis EPL cloud migration, or the ERP EPL migration, which is the Kerman technology. The current terminology, Tyler, as a conglomerate, as tech companies do, is they often purchase smaller companies that have innovative tools or processes and incorporate them into their suite of services. So we are looking at a process to do an on-server migration, and this is really focused on stabilizing our data and making sure we have a secure data environment before we migrate to the cloud. Again, we'll move forward with turning over about 25% of our systems this year. And Public Health has recently leased a new facility to expand some of their individual services. So we'll be wiring that building to make sure that they have all the tools they need available to them. And you see here several other tasks without listing all of them one by one. Moving forward with Microsoft Office 365 licensure, which is a project that started quite some time ago. Implementing role-based permissions. All of these things are really geared towards either increasing security of our systems or improving efficiency of our systems for our customers, or creating space for our IT staff to be able to work more effectively, both internally and externally. You'll see there that they're removing some redundant work tracking systems that really aren't needed because of the Munis environment. So.
How's that first floor, I hear these guys talking about the first floor conference room all the time. So how's that? How are you?
We had a meeting on the topic,
Okay.
facilitated by Sean, and he
Okay.
got the info he needs. He's gonna come back with a proposed solution.
Okay.
And that should be
Any day now. Really quickly, we did have a conversation, we actually had a conversation internal just this morning, primarily focused on smart devices, smart screens. There's lots of options, and really trying to balance the tool versus the cost. Really, what's our maximum benefit for minimum cost? Really, something that's really important to us to make sure we make the best use of our resources, but we'll have a proposal pretty shortly. Next slide, please. Oh. Public Records Administrator. What you won't see in this slide is the fact that the last time this presentation was given in 2023, there's been about a 10% increase overall in the number of public records requests that Ken receives, that are either any of our individual departments or public records requests specifically of the sheriff's office. Now, there's a graphic there of the sheriff's office is not included within this graphic because 100% of the 687 public records requests for the sheriff's office are the sheriff's office, whereas the 384 that come into the county, you can see there that 4%, for example, are central services, about 1% are from the Board of Commissioners, which I think is a testament to the amount of communication that you do with the residents of the county. There obviously aren't a lot of questions coming in requesting records of U.S. commissioners. Community development, you can see it represents about 15%, so on and so forth.
Can I ask one question on that?
Yes.
I mean, sometimes a public records request touches multiple departments. Are you assigning just one department as the primary on these?
No, there's a wedge.
There's a
multiple departments, 9%.
What's the other, I don't know, 11%?
That was the group that was very difficult to define. Some of those are likely crossover between multiple departments, including the sheriff's office. But without specifically pulling that 11% out and going through them one by one, Ken was not able to really fit them into a clean category. You can see here in his 2025 goals, really what he wants to do is complete in-depth Public Records Act training for the sheriff's office staff. They address a lot of their public records requests directly. Develop public records training for all county staff. Continue public records request training of departmental records liaisons, and implementation of an SMS archiving software. So essentially an archiving software that would capture relevant text messages.
I'm relieved to see that the BOCC is only 1%. I always felt like when I was a new commissioner and I was getting a few public records requests, I'm like, we must generate like 90% of the public records requests, but.
Well, and it does make sense though. I mean, everything that we do is so public already. And
there is a difference between volume and complexity. So whereas the bulk of the requests may be towards other departments, it is possible that 1% is simply much more complex requests.
Yeah, very good point. Sorry, Ken.
GIS. So lots of work happening in GIS. There are many details there. I'm actually going to go down to the bottom and just note that for Kevin and Michael, they added or edited nearly 2,000 site address points and edited 554 tax parcel boundaries. I skipped to the bottom because essentially most of what they're doing is sort of transformative. The ArcGIS world is sort of changing. A lot of the old technology is being sunsetted and everything is moving to new systems. And that's what you see represented there, with the exception of working with JeffCom for 911 for next generation 911. But the rest of the work that they're doing is really, it's upgrading servers, it's changing software, it's getting trained, and then it's adapting all of our existing maps and layers to be in compliance with these new systems. And that's really the work that'll continue. You see there in 2025 goal, our 2025 goals, migrate our remaining map dependent processes, building new address data management systems, migrating all county web mapping applications, and then prepare for the migration to ArcGIS Enterprise 11X in 2026. So there's a lot of really good work being done by the GIS team, which is really, again, Kevin and Michael, who splits his time between GIS and the assessor's office. They come in, they sit down, they get to work, and you hear nothing from them all day. They work until it's time to go home and they leave, which is pretty
Well,
unique to them.
they also are incredibly creative and adaptive in terms of, I mean, I've worked with both of them on a number of projects. So this feels very data-y and kind of rote, you know, but they're also, just so you know, an amazing resource.
Oh, very responsive.
And if you have some question you have, like I had with the aquatic center location.
Right.
And I said, Kevin, is there any way to figure out how many people live within 20 minutes of Mountain View versus 20 minutes of, say, the library in Hadlock?
Right.
He's like, oh, I have a drive time tool. I'm like, awesome. And he like within an hour had an answer for it. It's an awesome. So if you ever have a question like that, don't hesitate to ask it.
That's
And he
the
may
point.
say, I'm, you know, it'll take me a couple of days, or he may say, that's fun, I wanna do it right now. So, or maybe Michael, you know, he'll pull Michael in, so anyways.
Did you hear the public comment this morning about referencing mileposts?
They are on the system.
Tom sent a response, to the question.
That if that's already possible?
There's a layer in there under transportation.
Oh, really
You go
cool.
to mileposts, you click it, that will enable it. But not all roads have milepost markers on them.
Sure, yeah.
Like Center Road, you know, 4 or 5,
Doesn't
all the way
necessarily
down.
have it. That's great, okay,
Yeah.
problem solved already. That's great. Hopefully Mr. Bowen will hear that, and get to use it.
All right, records management. And really, this is where the retention schedule and record storage and transferring records to our archive really comes into play. And this is really a shop led with one person. Jenny Matter is the person who is there doing the work. We do have some clerk hires that also support the work that she does. You can see here, digitizing building permits have allowed for scanning the destruction of paper files between 1972 and 1978. From my previous experience in public health in Snohomish County, I can absolutely feel the satisfaction of being able to eliminate historical records that needed to go away. So the biggest accomplishment for records in 2024 was actually the relocation of the new record center. It allowed all of the records to be located in a centralized location. That was really built with the intent of being a storage facility for our records. So it's a much better workspace than the previous arrangement that Jenny was working with. It's my understanding that records were located in several different areas to include storage areas.
Yeah, storage units, the kind of
Storage units.
where furniture you're not using in store. Yeah, we had, I think, 3 or 4 filled with record boxes.
Wow.
And so that, you know, was inconvenient for Jenny. And the new center has ergonomically designed shelving, and she's got a system to help her get boxes down to prevent ergonomic injuries.
Sure.
And a beautiful facility. Chris Goy is the one that found it and contracted to have it done. It's out in the Glen Cove area, and it's a gorgeous facility. And there's some square footage there that is also designated for a facility shop. that you might talk about?
I might. It's also worth noting that, Jenny and the clerk hires reviewed 60,000 lines of data for accuracy, which is certainly no small feat. This year, there was a destruction of 294 boxes of records that met their retention schedule. And then, of course, on a regular basis, she collaboratively works with each department on policy development, accession of records, and records delivery is needed because periodically records need to be retrieved from the record center and brought back for various bodies of work. A great example of sort of the collaborative work that Jenny does is really work with addressing how do we move forward with using AI to record meetings and make sure that there's an appropriate retention schedule and processes in place and how we store those records. Innovation is certainly something that is always on her mind as well as we continue to move forward. Continuing to work and organizing the record center, again, reviewing Laserfish access rights for each department, transferring videos to digital archives. We store a lot of video as public records. Those records take up an incredible amount of space. Space in a digital space is incredibly expensive, so being able to move those to digital archives will certainly be beneficial for us. Continuing to transfer records to Washington State Archives and increasing capacity in forms and workflow elements of Laserfish, increasing efficiency throughout the county are really her goals for the year. Let's go to facilities. Now, facilities, there are actually so many things that they've accomplished that I couldn't get them all in the slide. So I will hit some of the wave tops. I'm going to leave, obviously, there are many things that are up there listed for 2024. But some of the things that they thought were really important to them as staff members doing the work was painting of the Olympic Visitor Center, camera upgrades in the courtroom, saving money by reducing the number of storage units that we use to house county records and county property, collaborative projects between facilities and IT to improve carpet and increase power and data capacity in the Superior Court, projects to improve heat at the hose shop, installation of additional radiators in the district court, and installation of new carpet in juvenile services. And of course, some of the more basic facilities maintenance issues like parking lot sealant at the jail and sheriff's office, really maintaining impervious surfaces. If they're not maintained, they will fail over time. You can see here in the 2025 goals, roof repairs at Port Townsend Community Center, Castle Hill Public Works, as well as public health and BCD. So really that the entire Castle Hill location. Completing the Brennan structural study. What we're really trying to do there is ascertain the elevation of the Brennan Community Center relative to the floodplains and really understand what that facility looks like as we continue to move forward with that project. Carpet replacement in offices of the auditor and treasurer, animal shelter ventilation, Clearwater Annex apartment, mini split installations to improve essentially air quality and ventilation there at that location. Projects to sustain the courthouse, irrigation control, elevator modernization, chimney repair, and wiring upgrades. Wiring upgrades, because of the historical status of the building, are particularly challenging. The architect of this building was fairly unique in the methodology he applied in his design. It limits the ability of making holes, particularly going between floors without risking without risking damage to the building. So we are always very careful of any sort of change that could harm the building. The jail electrical work for sewer hookup and septic system decommissioning is part of the sewer project, and working on a facilities management handbook, because really one of the items that I'll be working on largely across all of the Central Services Department is policy development. there's an opportunity there to really strengthen the amount of policy and address policy gaps that exist to make sure that there's some continuity, some standardization of practices, and make sure that the department continues to function at a high level. And the new guy. I looked at the calendar. I was reminded that in about 3 weeks, I will have been with the county for 6 months. And I certainly try to take the slow approach and not make changes or jump into fast. I think I failed at both of those.
That's my fault.
No. One of the first things we did was increase access to safety devices across the county. And again, this can't be completed without the staff. It's not me. But this involved increasing the number of AEDs that are available in our own facilities. Of course, the pet policy revision, addressing sort of the historical policies that were in place, creation of a flag policy, the Washington electric vehicle charging station grant contracting. We were able to move forward. There were already 2 other electric vehicle charging station grants in place, one for the Port Townsend Community Center and one for the Olympic Peninsula. And this contract essentially piggybacks onto those with the same company to allow them to move forward with that work. This is specific to fleet vehicles in response to commissioner direction to begin the process of electrifying the fleet. This creates the infrastructure to do that. Lastly, contracting for the survey and demolition of an abandoned property at the fairgrounds is still moving forward. And we expect to have that building removed certainly by the end of April.
Sean, can I ask about the EVCS for the fleet, that grant? Is that, I mean, one of the big challenges, of course, was the timeline on that. Do we have any shift in the timeline, or do you think that the contractors is EVCS gonna be able to put those 40 chargers in by June 30? How's that going?
I have been reaching out to get updates, both from EVCS and Lori McKay from Science Strategies, who was involved with all 3 of the projects. I did receive an update this morning, but it didn't involve any revisions to the timeline.
Okay, so she'll meet it is what they expect.
I've heard nothing to the contrary. Nor did they voice any concerns about any recent policy changes from funding. So
40 chargers by June.
For fleet and public works and PCD and yeah,
That's great.
shop.
So goals for this year, there are elements that I've been assigned for the strategic plan. While the strategic planning process has already been completed, this work is really centered around the implementation of those plans. Developing performance measures, intermittent goals, those sort of things, reporting, identifying data sources. And so moving forward with that work, support of the comprehensive plan revision that's already underway. Obviously, as facilities, we have the capital facilities plan element and the capital facilities technical document, which are part of the comprehensive plan that'll need to be addressed. Relaunching the capital facilities planning committee. Revising the Jefferson County ADA plan. The Central Services Director has been identified by the commission as the ADA coordinator for the county. There's also, I know recently, Public Works had a public right-of-way ADA transition plan that was brought forward that was specifically for their needs. So that also involves Eric Kuzma, who's the coordinator for that body of work. One of my goals is to reestablish and reconstitute a 6-year capital improvement plan, which would be similar in concept to the transportation improvement plan. It would provide more narrative on capital improvement projects as well as identify funding sources or gaps. There is a document that we use as our capital improvement plan. However, this would be a much more robust document. Again, adding more narrative detail to what those projects are. And then, of course, which has sort of been the mandate that I've been working with the staff on, which is evaluating opportunities to enhance department support across Jefferson County government. And this is particularly important for facilities, is largely where this applies. Facilities, because of the way it is funded, because of our cost allocation model, where the funding sources come from, there are specifically identified customers, and they're not universally Jefferson County government. So it's easy enough to say, nope, we're going to support everybody, but we also have to be able to fund and staff to that work. So that's a slow moving target. We have made some strides working with public health specifically. So we look forward to expanding that work moving forward. Questions for me?
Asked a few of them as we went along. I don't have any additional questions.
I have one Munis question.
Okay.
You referred to the Munis environment. Munis, is it just a financial tool, or does it affect, or do other departments kind of link into it? I mean, all departments provide
use it.
their financials through it?
Yeah, to pay invoices, they go to Munis. One does it for the commissioners
Okay,
and for HR and for my office.
right.
There's a contracts module, there's a projects module. Sean is gonna investigate the capital asset tracking capability in
Okay, so
Munis.
there's a lot more to it than just
So
managing.
it's a
financials.
very enterprise-wide ERP suite.
Mhm.
So it's not just a general ledger.
Okay,
And Tyler, in general, to take it even a step back from Munis, we actually have a very broad, what I like to call the Tyler verse of products in Jefferson County. Almost every single department is involved in using at least one Tyler product. And what we really want to evaluate is how do we get everything on a master contract? One, so we can keep track of it
sure.
effectively, but more importantly, so that we can leverage their abilities to work together to more efficiently produce information that'll be useful for decision makers.
Does Tyler Tech seem open to that?
Yes,
Oh, good.
it would be helpful for them as well.
Okay.
And one thing, Heather, some years ago, Public Works decided that they wanted a job costing system. And so they bought a product called WinCams, which is entirely separate from Munis.
Okay.
And they put their time, their time into that system. And then that data gets dumped out of that and then uploaded into Munis. And Judy Shepherd and Brenda Huntingford and Kathy Taylor have been in discussions about having Public Works and migrate off of WinCams onto the Munis platform. So that would be a very significant reduction in workload.
Yeah.
You know, one source of data instead of two.
Yeah, I know those, system migrations can take so much energy and time, and then you have to kind of have your eye on the long game, because it feels like a lot of work up front, which it is, that can hopefully save you work down the line.
And for a county like ours, when I was in Clark County, we implemented Oracle. And then before I left, we were implementing Workday. And that county had enough money where we could hire staff to focus on the migration from one system to another, while current staff could keep doing their jobs. Here, we didn't have that luxury. And so Stacy and Judy and all the folks in the departments, they had to do their job plus implement the system. And so it was a very stressful time for folks. But the Munis implementation is, we continue to expand our use of its capability. But I think Stacy mentioned when she chaired the finance committee meeting that this Monday, she talked about the old regime where we had the AS400 for the treasurer and we had
Right.
GEMS for the auditor. And you couldn't get revenue data out of GEMS
Oh.
until the fifth
Frustrating.
day of the following month, because they would dump it out of the AS400 and upload it. Now you go in, I can see revenue that was posted this morning. And tremendous increase in capability
And efficiency.
and
I mean,
efficiency.
counter to that, I know that Public Works has expressed some concerns about the amount of time that their accountants are having to take to upload invoices. And so that might just be something to explore between you and Monty, to just make sure he can describe to you how much time his accountants are taking to get for that one part of the system. It sounded like a big frustration, and I wonder if he could describe it to you. There might be a way for you to kind of help him to find a better way.
Save time.
Save time, yeah.
Well, it used to be on the old system before Munis, that all the invoices would end up in the auditor's office and then they would scan them all. And then they would create a folder in Laserfish for 2024 November invoices.
Sure.
And then it would be invoice run number 1, invoice run number 2.
Yep.
Now, when Carolyn puts her invoices in, she scans the documents in, and so when I'm in there reviewing invoices, I can call the document up and look at it.
Yeah, it sounds super cool.
So the work has to happen somewhere.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm just suggesting that, Public Works, whereas, one department might have just a couple of invoices a week or whatever, Public Works basically runs on invoices, running projects, and it sounds like they're running into some challenges around that I bet could be solved with some, a few tweaks, that maybe Tyler can work with us on. So.
It takes, to scan a document, you gotta stick it in the machine, scan it, and then index it. There's really no way you can.
Well,
automate that process.
we don't need to argue about it. We just need to know.
Yeah,
hear
just
what
check
the-
in with him
hear
if
what
you
their
would,
problem
and
is.
just see if there's
Look
any
into it,
way to
but
make it
still.
more efficient. It sounded like a frustration and an already frustrating time, so.
Yeah,
But whereas I've heard so many other positive, like the Munis has actually been a huge benefit overall.
I think it has, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Curious what I like the idea of the capital improvement plan, kind of model after the TIP and a little bit more robust and, an evolving calendar, sort of like our TIP is. I'm wondering, is that also involve getting the crew back together, the capital improvement
It does.
committee and great, so that they would be the group responsible for kind of building that draft, is that the idea?
Partially, yes. Some of it will be looking at the transportation improvement plan and sort of understanding the process to get to the end document, but I think we have to have the capital facilities planning committee in place and really be able to have those conversations about when we do the capital improvement plan, what are the projects that become part of that plan, as opposed to what are those things that are, they might be capital projects from an accounting perspective, but they're simply maintenance items because of the nature of the work that's involved. So I think all of those conversations need to be had, and that's really the next meeting that I'm going to be getting on the books. I just recently set up the stakeholder meeting for the Munis EPL conversation, and there's a significant conversation to be had there. So I want to make sure that when that meeting happens, everyone is properly informed. And I also want to make sure that when I relaunch the capital facilities planning committee meeting, that it's of value to everyone, that our first meeting isn't, hey, so what do you want this meeting to be about? So part of that is I'm almost at 6 months. So there unfortunately wasn't a lot of turnover from my predecessor. So a lot of this will be, there's an opportunity to sort of build something that'll be unique and meaningful, and really want to make sure we take advantage of that.
Great, thanks, really good work, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking to Carolyn over here. Anything else for Sean, you guys?
They're my questions.
Really excited to
Thank
see the
you.
progress and, I mean, record retention, that bench has been getting deeper and, IT as well. And it's, yeah, it looks like we're really, eyes on the horizon, both with facilities and I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'll let you keep track of that. It's remarkable.
Okay. So we have about 20 minutes.
All right.
I'm just gonna take care of some stuff for the afternoon. Here we go.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'd asked for that to be done. I'm not sure if they'll do it or not. Okay. So do you guys want to do some calendaring and briefing? Sure. Briefing first, look back. I mean, I feel like it's been a couple weeks
Been a
since
little
we've had a
while.
chance. Anything
Yeah.
boiling over in your pot on the front burner?
But I mean, did we just go through what kind of how we spent the last week? You know, BOCC Monday was a big day with lots of, the special meeting with the finance committee reviewing the debt and investment policy was really cool. And then I got to, just skipping ahead to that Friday, I got to have Stacy Prada come to be on KBTZ with me on Friday. And so the timing of that was great because we got to kind of talk, build on what we had talked about with Judy the previous time I was there. And the special planning commission meeting that we were all at that evening was also really informative, and just to kind of see how that group works and all the things that they're working on. I got to do the second half of my Transit Authority Board training on Tuesday last week, and went through really the finance side of the Transit Authority Board, which was really encouraging. And also, that was the first meeting where we just kind of walked in, and Nicole's face, written all over her face, was a bunch of concern about the impacts of federal funding. So really following that, and was committed to letting us know what those impacts were going to be. I got to get on the phone with Commissioner Ozias from Clallam County. He and I, of course, are going to sit on a couple of boards together, the National Marine Sanctuary and Sailors Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization. So it was, and in ODC. So that was the second meeting of that day, where I got to hear, major concerns about NODC and the funding. Of course, just the week prior, I had gotten to sit in on my first NODC meeting and meet all of these brand new employees that were just hired with all these federal funds that are, young, really talented people in Jefferson, Clallam counties, young families, ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work on these NODC projects with recompete dollars. And literally, we're not sure if we're gonna have to let them go within the next few weeks. NODC has about 6 weeks of operating funds without the federal funds that it's primarily receives. So that was, Commissioner Ozias was updating me on that. He did ask me to be part of the executive committee, and I did say yes, that I would do that. So that was part of that meeting. I had got to have my first intellectual and developmental disabilities advisory board meeting, get to meet all of those folks. It was a great group. They were also expressing concern about dollars being pulled, and that was a really interesting moment as well. And I will say some questions were asked about the stipend dollars that, like other boards, we had just seen a stipend being offered to a Consumer of Public Health and the Department of Health Board. Likewise, the IDD board has someone with lived experience of intellectual and developmental disabilities, and there was a question about why a stipend to be provided there. And Bonnie, who is Abramski from Public Health, who is newly running this committee, made a really impactful comment in that moment where she said, I'm not sure what I can say about this if I'm allowed to talk about why we provide stipends. And, basically, are we concerned about pulling any reference to diversity, equity, and inclusion? And so we got to have that conversation that, no, we don't need to pull our, conversations about those things. That they've continued priority expressions. We had a good conversation about that, but it was really impactful for me to see how staff is feeling confused about the direction around that. So I thought that was really important. Also important for you guys to note that the Port Townsend Empowered Teens Coalition, which I am supposed to sit on, of course, you all sit on for your districts. That meeting conflicts, unfortunately, with the Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Board. So I talked to Holly Gum, who is running our Port Townsend Teens Coalition, and she and I agreed she'll continue for now to run her meetings at that time. It's hard to collaborate or coordinate everybody else's calendar, but that she and I will find other ways for me to engage on that coalition. And she felt really good about that, and I feel like that's a fine solution. So if that's not working, then she'll try to move. I did get to meet with Daniel Palethorpe, Senator Murray's, one of Senator Murray's aides. He was coming, he and I knew each other from previous work, and he was basically just coming to welcome me and kind of connect around county issues, and he was coming to town anyway. So I got to talk about all the things that we've been doing, and he reminded us that we have specific projects that we want to talk about. So perhaps if we want to talk with him about the Brennan projects, that he's open and always wants to hear about our special priorities. So that was that. And of course, got to pick up some point in time count supplies that afternoon. I met with my co-facilitator, Cheryl Weinstein at Dove House Advocacy Services, because later in that week, we coordinated a workshop for people with lived experience of homelessness at the Winter Welcoming Center. I had a good, really responsive conversation with Josh Peters, who we got a comment about the Maristone Island green burial project, and about whether they were going to extend the public comment, the public notice period. I sent him a message saying, hey, we just got this email, can you reply? He set up a call with me immediately. He was so responsive. We got to talk on the phone for 20 minutes or so, and at that point he did say, which you probably already know now, that they did decide to re-notice another 14 days.
And they put it on the DCD website.
Exactly. So that's there, and partially commented by Josh that it was previously determined that it might be a categorical exemption from SEPA, but then upon further review and response to public comments, they re-looked at it and said, yeah, I think actually this really is subject to SEPA, so we need to notice SEPA, and that's why the additional 14-day comment period. I spent some time at the Quilcene Fire Station for the point in time count on Thursday, the 30th. And although that wasn't a successful location for actually counting people who are experiencing homelessness, I got to actually spend 4 hours with the Quilcene fire team and meet the Chief McCurran there, and had great conversations about fire and fire grants that we're going for and all of that. I did facilitate that lived experience workshop at the Winter Welcoming Center on Friday, had a great gig on KPTZ. And then I had a meeting with John Morrow, and got to just kind of reconnect with John on all things city. And we're starting to talk about whether or not we should have some regular meetings. We talked about me going and meeting with the Port Townsend City Council to make sure we're kind of aligning, and maybe having some regular time where I go at least maybe once a quarter. So we're talking about that and the best ways to collaborate between city and District 1 Commissioner, and so I'll keep you posted about that. And then I met with Jolene Crone then at the end of the day on Friday, who is the executive director of Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization. So she gave me kind of the whole history and download on SPH. It was AFO, so I'll be prepared to jump in on that. That was my week.
All right, busy week. See, of course, with you guys all day and all into the evening with the joint meeting with the Planning Commission on Monday too, and that was great. Love that conversation. One of the meetings I really look forward to. 5 points throughout the week. Met with the lead of SCJ Alliance contractor for the Glen Cove project and kind of talked about the process going forward. They're gonna have a couple options for UGA expansion or swap, or just touring the Lammers in the Glen Cove area. And then we're gonna do some focus groups, a little support from Amanda Christopherson and using Otter AI. So we just gotta talk through that, and they're gonna have those presentations for us by our meeting at the end of the week this week,
Okay.
the 7th. And then met, kind of final with Diane to get the survey a little dialed in. On Wednesday, I met with appointed interim sheriff Andy Kernsteiner, just to kind of hear how things were going down there, and all steam ahead. I'm getting close to accreditation, which will be great. I mean, and that's not a small feat for a small county like ours.
Big deal.
I had lunch with David Dix, the ED of the Hood Canal Coordinating Council, and it was really learned a lot about the kind of the whole local integrating organization and the all the different blends of funding with Hood Canal. Remind me later. There's maybe some other stuff that came out of that meeting that we should talk about.
Okay.
And then had a quick call with Superintendent Mock as we're getting ready. They're still all steam ahead. Worked a lot with the prosecutor's office on the ILA. I think the prosecutor sent to you as well a draft of it, but we have a draft out for a review by the Chimacum School District.
Okay,
Our
great.
plan is still to get that LCP in by Valentine's Day. I did talk also with the Democratic Caucus staff member, Alec, and he really said, I mean, the focus is actually on, don't worry too much about the application. It's not a competitive grant. So I just want to make sure that, and that's the question I have for you is, are we applying just with Rep. Theringer, who expressed interest in it, or do we also, there's an option to apply with Senator Chapman, and I'm just curious. If
I
you
think
can have
sending it to both.
Okay, but we have to apply, identify.
I think because it'll be a capital budget request.
Yeah.
That it should go to Theringer, anything capital budget,
Okay.
chair of that committee.
Right, but talking with Alec a little bit, like, you really know, each the House and the Senate are both gonna have their budget that they move forward, and if it's on one of those by the end of March, then I think it's pretty good, but I guess just wanna make sure you advocate for that as you're meeting with our delegation.
And, so I learned similarly with the Mill Road request that transportation budget, Adam is sitting on the transportation committee, so in that, for that request, it's an Adam and Mike.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Got the good news about the CHIP grant, of course,
Yes.
for Tugwell Brown and that, and that's great news, huge shoot for moving that project forward. A little quote for that, I guess that's actually used in the governor's press release, which is great. And then, felt good. And then I was not able to do the point of time on Thursday because I had appointments scheduled all day with the members of TCC. So I met with Aaron from Fort Flagler, Diana Smealan from Fort Ludlow, Tara from the Historical Society. And then on Friday, I met with Dan from the North Hood Canal Chamber, went down to Brennan to meet with him and, collecting that data and all good conversations. And I think, a lot of grist for the mill. And I met with Amy Neal, I guess, previously to,
From Claylock.
from Claylock. Oh, yeah, I met with her last week. I think I reported because she was going on PTO back to see her family for a couple weeks. met with Stacey Prada, talk a little bit, unwind some more of this lodging tax revenue and understanding a lot of, both that spreadsheet that I sent to you, from the state tourism office, as well as it's kind of understanding the matrix there. On Friday, I got to go back to NAVMAG Indian Island. I had been to the change of the guard ceremony the week before, so it was great to go with Orca and go through their inspection of the emissions, which was mostly backup generators. That's the big one that they have, and I met with their boiler guy and just kind of was a fly on the wall. The environmental JAG for the whole area joined us as well, and Bill, who's been there since '94, is the environmental manager. He wants to have all of us out for a tour, so I don't know if you've been on a tour.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah.
I went down there, I think in 2019 when I was first elected, but it'd be great to go back.
Yeah.
And there's new Commander Jameson just came in, so a great time to go down there, so we can reach out. I said, we'll probably come separately instead of all together, but love to Commander Jameson loves coffee, and also extended an invitation to come down there anytime. And then met with Dan, as I said, from TCC, and those were the high points last week.
Right. Hey, well, couple of things that I've been working on the last couple of weeks is I last week worked on getting a bunch of support letters for the legislative ask for the Mill Road roundabout. So we got East Jefferson and the hospital and the port and the mill. So just trying to get folks who might really depend on that traffic moving smoothly there, large employers, etc.
Great.
So I'm gonna hand deliver those letters this week when I go down there. Also, I feel like I've been the whirligig around which the conversation about the roads on the west end have been flowing, but I've learned if someone has detailed questions, I send them directly to Eric.
Right.
So checking in with Eric a lot, but also just directing people to Eric and telling Eric if he needs anything from me, I'm a resource. And so I feel like talking almost daily or every other day.
Yeah.
And you guys know where we're at with that. He's pursuing this idea of moving some flat funds. So
I tell you, every person that I talk to about that project, especially, I think Daniel Pilthorpe, actually, we talked about the roads and everyone just comments on how effective Kuzma is. He's just,
yeah, you don't get in the way,
Eric
you don't
is
get in the
just-
way of that.
Yeah,
You're listening, Eric.
everybody is just really giving so many kudos
Yeah.
to that whole team,
Yeah.
and so that feels good.
I was. We had our check-in with Mallory on our Jefferson County Forestry. Let's see. Did the finance committee, we all did that, so let's see what else. No, yeah, we all did a bunch. I had my the meeting to go over the idea of this Clallam County land acquisition on Tuesday. So that Tuesday evening, that was good. Wednesday, I was out doing a really fun family chore.
Right.
That was fun. The Volvo made it. It ran like a top. Now I want that car. And I told my goddaughter's dad, I'm like, maybe I give Lila the Bolt. So
probably love it.
and then Thursday, I had the straight ERN meeting much of the day from like 9 to 2. And Kara Cardinal's leaving us, so we are going through another hiring process. It'll be my second one on that LIO. So feel like I'm holding a lot of that water right now and just trying to make that process as smooth as possible. And Kara is wonderfully accommodating and will stay as long as she needs to. And so we have 4 applicants so far, and we'll start those interviews next week. I did have a meeting scheduled with DC Murray staff with our lobbyist Stephanie Wright, but that got canceled. I talked with Josh later in the afternoon about some comp plan stuff. And then on Friday I was out. But I did remotely view the legislative session update. There's just been a lot of the, I've been really watching the bill that's trying to reroute the funding for developmental disabilities away from counties and make it more of a state emphasis. And the Senate version died. That was Chapman co-sponsored bill, and he said, I don't think, and then Adam said he didn't think that the House version was gonna make it out of the committee, but it looks like it did get moved to exec, so I'll be watching that one some more. And
So how do we get sort of updates from Stephanie? How often does she report on what she's doing?
I don't know, I should ask her that this week, how she wants to do that. It's been a little hard to get a hold of her over the last week. I've had a little bit of a hard time,
Okay,
but I will see her when I'm in Olympia.
okay.
She prioritizes when we could be face to face. So,
Okay, it would be good to hear what she's up to.
yeah. Yeah, so it's noon.
All right.
We should take a break. We should try and do calendaring because there are a couple of things that have come up that I want to run by you guys this afternoon.
Yep, I agree.
Do it when we get back.
Yeah.
Probably gonna return virtually.
Yeah.
I'll be back
Okay,
one way or the other.
we are gonna recess until 1:30. We'll come back in directly into an executive session. So you can be here, but you don't really need to because you'll just hear me saying going into an executive session. So.
Thanks.
Hey. Al should be hearing me. You see me talking here? Yep. Okay. We're coming back from recess and we are going immediately into an executive session with our county administrator, the chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, two civil deputy prosecuting attorneys, and the DNR, Department of Natural Resources Assistant Deputy State Uplands Manager, to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of increased price. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses small b. We're going in at 1:30 and coming out at 2. And we may have potential action and public comment at the end of this executive session, and we may not. We'll see what happens. Okay, bye. Okay. See me talking yet? Yeah. Okay, we are, I'm coming out of executive session and I'm going back in to the same executive session. Let me get my
email both of you. Yep.
let me get my language here. I have a different cast of characters for this one. We are coming out of executive session to extend and going back into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and our Department of Community Development Director. And we are going in at 2:21 and we'll come out at 2:40. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Did I say exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act? Did I say that bit?
You can finish that.
RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I.
Thank you.
I mean,
Credibility is not.
I'm
I appreciate estimating them.
Oh, quiet, guys. I don't know why I'm unable to mute you right now.
okay,
Okay, we didn't say anything that we're scared of.
can you hear me, Carolyn? Okay, I'm coming out of executive session and we are going to be extending until 2:50. So going back into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and community development director. We will be going in at 2:40 or extending till 2:50.
Extensions outlined.
Oh. Okay, exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. Back at 2:50. Okay, I gotta get back in there.
Oh, you don't need to, because we have it.
Okay. We are coming out of executive session and not taking action. And we are going to go right into a report from our emergency management director, Willie Benz. This is on his 2025 work plan. And what we may do here is just say, Willie, let's talk about maybe rescheduling because you're driving.
Yeah, if that's all right with the board, I can ensure I'm there with you all next week, and I'm more than happy to give you your time back since things have gone a little long.
Seems fair. You should be able to present fully. This is,
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good, Willie. We'll reschedule you for
February 10th.
February 10th. Thank you so much.
Okay, excellent. We'll plan on seeing you then. Thank you all.
Drive
Thanks,
safe.
Willie. Can we have a quick recess?
Always.
Okay, we are gonna recess until 3 o'clock, as requested by my colleague.
Thank you.
Needs to recess. Okay, let's see. Leave computer. We're coming back into session. And we are not gonna have a workshop on our 2025 emergency management work plan. Because Willie is driving now and we don't want a dangerous work plan report. So we have a couple of items on our agenda. One, discussion and potential action regarding a letter to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee and public comment on that one. And
It's timed at 3 p.m.
it's 3 p.m.
yeah, and that emergency management report is being pushed forward to February 10th.
I just said, oh yeah, right.
Should know that.
Yep. Okay, so let's talk LTAC letter. You guys have been working on this.
LTAC letter, we should probably, it is Laserfish working again? Let's see. If we can, I can pull it up.
You can share it, maybe capture it. Up.
Greg's got it.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Do we want to hear public comment first?
They probably want to hear us discuss it. I don't know. We had that listed as second, but sure, let's go with public comment first.
I kind of feel like it would be good to hear.
Okay, so if you're here to comment on this latest Jefferson County Lodging Tax Advisory Committee letter regarding LTAC membership, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. There is nobody in the room with us. And we will bring you on over.
2 callers on the line.
Oh, and there's 2 callers on the line. So if you're joining us by phone and would like to comment on this Jefferson County Lodging Tax Advisory Committee LTAC membership letter, you can use *9. And when we bring you over, it'll be *6 to unmute. And we're gonna start with Debbie Wardrop. Good afternoon, Debbie.
Good afternoon. Thank you for acknowledging this. I apologize. I just got this information within the last hour, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to review it. But I do want to point out a couple of things, and just for clarity, I served on the Jefferson County LTAC for nearly a decade. I have been working for the last couple of years with the Clallam County LTAC. I've served on the lodging side of business with general manager at the resort at Port Ludlow for nearly a decade, and also served with Jamestown Scholem in opening 7 Cedars. Doing that for the benefit of anybody that doesn't know why I'm even here today. I appreciate the tone of the letter. I do want to point out a couple of things that are concerning to me. So looking at the letter, the first thing is under regarding LTAC membership, I'm not sure membership is the appropriate word there. These are not people paying to be part of something, rather they are volunteering. And they are specifically there with criteria that allows them to even apply, which leads to the second note, in that the way that this is worded, if I were the general public, I might think that I could apply. But the RCW says otherwise. It has to be two, in the case of Jefferson County's size, et cetera, 2 generators of lodging tax funding and 2 recipients of lodging tax funding and 1 county commissioner. So I think that needs to be clarified. In the second paragraph, I want to be sure that the last sentence is maybe vetted out a little bit. It says alignment of county legislative and tourism related priorities for use of this special excise tax revenue is ensured through the BOCC's appointment. I think we've had, some real challenges of late, and maybe understanding the role of the lodging tax committee, and that relationship, which should be a respectful and collaborative one between the LTAC and the County Board of Commissioners, is imperative. And then finally, in the last paragraph, I appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged that the disruption within our tourism community is deep, and it's going to, I'm sorry if I overextended.
Yeah, but just finish up your thought, please.
Okay, so basically, we need to work together and use proper words and proper verbiage in a respectful and collaborative way.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Debbie. Let's see. We have Ed Bowen. Are you here to comment on the LTAC discussion?
Sure.
Okay. How about it?
Citizen West End, my comment to the LTAC discussion is I suggest you add funds, suggest in the letter to add funds to provide additional voicemail support for Commissioner Brotherton. His voicemail is full. Thank you. Have a good day.
Here, Ed. Thanks, Ed. And then Jim Friedman, were you here to comment on this LTAC discussion about the LTAC?
Yeah, I'm here to talk about LTAC. And I'm not sure how much of this is the letter or just the intent behind the letter. But I kind of got involved with the LTAC stuff in passing. Being a computer engineer, I'm involved with AI stuff. So I really got involved with the North Hood Canal Chamber of, didn't get involved with, but went to the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce to figure out where the AI kiosks were coming from. And they seem to imply that a certain commissioner was strongly advocating for them to put this in place, and that they weren't really in agreement with it. And so I kind of got involved through some of the LTAC stuff that way. Since then, watching things for the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, which I'm sure you guys remember from before. Also watched some TCC meetings and the LTAC meetings as well. I would like to put in an anecdotal positive note for the LTAC committee that my wife and I are from Florida. We were attracted here through the events and things that the LTAC and TCC group do. The Cool Scene Fair and Parade is one of the things that attracted us here. There's multiple other events that go on. It's that small community feel. It's the things that drew us into volunteering with the community. Hearing during those meetings saying that they're completely ineffective and that this group of volunteers that I see working together seemingly come under attack from this group has been really just disappointing. From the most recent round of LTAC, the optics from my side is that Commissioner Brotherton was involved in multiple proposals, including the proposal from the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce, and multiple other things for the Gateway Visitors Center. Those proposals weren't written in a way that I would have considered to be very well done relative to the goals of LTAC as stated by the state. And I saw a committee that did their best effort to try to fund things like the public facility or the public facilities district and stuff like that. And they did their best to work within the boundaries of what's provided from the RCW, and also trying to respect the priorities of the commission. It was really just the timing of the priorities from everything that I saw that seemed to be an issue there. So anyways, long way around of saying, if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch whatever the last TCC meeting was, where Greg came in and talked about how he's going to just do it his way, and it's the view of the commission, and didn't really take in the input of the TCC or watch some of the deliberation of the LTAC committee talking about proposals. I'd strongly encourage you guys to watch those. I see a view of volunteers working together. Anyways, so
Thanks. That's
yeah.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
See another hand up in the attendee
Also,
list.
we have a new phone caller that may not have heard the instruction.
Okay, so if you've joined us and you're on the phone, you're gonna press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. We'll bring you over as a panelist, and you'll press *6 to unmute. And then there was, and Shelley Arnell's coming over. Shelley, you can unmute and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I just would like to concur with what Jim just said. I think this has been a very contentious thing. I think that the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce suffered greatly from what's happened with LTAC this year, and it wasn't right or fair. And I'd like to see a pause certainly put on making decisions that are cramming things down the throat of people who are just volunteering and trying to do their best to get things done. I realize there are priorities, but some of these priorities, like the PFD and the pool, can be put into this fund because that's where you want them. But is that the right place? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Shelley? Is there anybody else who's with us today who would like to make a public comment on the matter, the letter to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee that we're discussing right now? If so, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or press *9 on your phone. Not seeing any more hands go up, so I will close public comment on this matter, and now we can talk about it.
All right.
Okay. I thank you I'm glad we got to hear all of
Yeah.
that before. I'm still trying to kind of wrap my mind around all of it.
So since we discussed this last week, that you updated the letter?
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And so I wanted to make sure that, I mean, one of the things that I see happening here is that this board in 2024, at the end of December, made this decision to move forward. And so I saw this letter as just implementing that, that decision, not necessarily revisiting that decision. I don't know what our ability is to revisit that decision. So we can talk about that. But I felt like we needed to make sure that if we're gonna do this, that we were opening the door clearly to encourage people to participate in the process, and that this is just a step to move in that direction so we can reconvene the conversation. It feels very much like we've just stopped the conversation now, and now all we're talking about is, you know, who's going to be on the committee. So one way or the other, I'd like to see the conversation moving forward. I really appreciated Debbie Wardrop's refocus of our attention on the fact that this committee, you know, guided by RCW, only has, and just make sure I understand this correctly, it has 5 people on it,
A minimum.
a minimum of 5.
We could have
Okay.
more if we wanted.
Okay, so that's a good clarification for me. Thank you. 2 generators of lodging tax funding, 2 recipients of lodging tax funding, and 1 county commissioner is the minimum. And so how many people are on it right now?
5.
Just the 5. That's what I thought. Okay, great. So, what are your thoughts about, I mean, you've
I
got,
think that much better. Thank you for working on the letter. Of course, there are many, comments pointed at how I approached this last year, and I certainly have some regrets in trying to, slow it down and have those conversations. So I have had meetings with nearly all. I have one more I need to schedule, with the TCC members that are also on LTAC, and trying to identify priorities. I think we do have every right to have our legislative priorities. I mean, it's one of the goals of the master tourism plan, that the legislative goals that the government is working with the tourism sector, and they've been very siloed from each other. So, and it was a two-way street, I would say, through those LTAC deliberations. I mean, everything was very polite, but, as I said before, leaving money on the table while unfunding, as we try to approach the TCC and LTAC in the same way that City of Port Townsend is doing. I mean, that was, beyond what was necessary. There was just as much destination marketing dollars that went out. I can't go back, but I can have more conversations and really kind of unwind the data behind it. And so this is Ms. Wardrop's point, not a RFP looking for people. We don't have to talk about the requirements of it in this letter. This is a letter to, overdue letter, manifesting the decision made on December 23rd. So I think it's a good first step. We have a TCC meeting where we'll start talking about a resolution for TCC. Some of the conversations with the members from TCC, it's kind of that, TCC could really be that group that works on the alignment of the tourism sector and then the county, and it's almost a subcommittee of the LTAC. LTAC, it's just, I mean, my big point is that it's been kind of the same groups for a long time, and we don't have that many tourism groups, but we have lots of generators of lodging tax now, and of course, the landscape has changed since this was first formed, and we have 3 times as much revenue as we did a couple of years ago, largely because a new sector that's not represented is there.
Sure.
So I don't think this is a place to talk about that decision, but just to follow through on the work that was done last year, or the decision that was made last year. As your point is to change, I mean, you could vote to overrule that decision. I think that's the only, that's a possibility.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I feel like we want to do the things that are gonna get us back to the point where LTAC can be functioning and moving forward and bringing the people who are doing the work to the table and making the decisions about how to use these funds.
One thing, we don't have to figure out bylaws for LTAC, so we're working on draft bylaws too, that we can get public input on.
Absolutely, that was really remarkable and will be useful to, have you received any pushback on writing bylaws?
No, no, I mean, and I talked with, Tara from the Historical Society, and we tried to work on process in LTAC last year, really, and didn't make much progress. There's some, like, San Juan County uses a white paper that's kind of a document that the county and their tourism group work on to create the priorities for that. And that's an evolving document where you can, talk through the priorities, and, talking to Amy from Claylock Lodge and many others, housing is a huge issue. Workforce housing is a big issue that we're not addressing. And it's so, I don't know, to start from the ground floor, but continue to talk to all the people is really an effort to try to kind of reset the conversation, but not give up the direction that the BOCC really tried to initiate last year, and making sure that what often suffers is infrastructure in Jefferson County, and it's to our detriment, I think, so.
the thing that feels the most tricky to me, in addition to just, you know, having real conversations about this with the actual people at the table, and so it feels like I want as quickly as possible to move this conversation away from the BOCC and back to the team who should be having these conversations and working out these issues. So it feels like we want to move through this as quickly as possible. But beyond that is that, you know, the landscape is changing so much, and the ability to use LTAC dollars for things like housing and potentially looking at using it for PFD, you know, those are really big questions that, again, we need to stop hemming and hawing and get to problem solving around those things. But it, you know, it's a very small pot of money that we're talking about. Right, and so taking dollars away from tourism promotion has very real impacts. You know, Mr. Friedman referenced some of those, and I'm just not sure that LTAC dollars is the place to look for solving these bigger problems, because the money that's going to be taken away from tourism will have negative impacts that are just going to kind of cause one problem. You know, when we're trying to try to solve a problem and cause another one. So I feel like we're putting a lot of energy into this question for not much gain.
I mean, the conversation's been going on for 4 months now.
Right.
And I feel like I was just looking for it, I just found it. I was like, in the beginning, we were talking about how we would kind of do an annual review of LTAC. And it actually says that the legislative body must review the committee's membership annually and make changes as appropriate, but we haven't been doing that.
Never done.
And
Putting in
when
bylaws.
I was chair of LTAC for a couple of years, I should have initiated that review, but I didn't, because I didn't read that piece of fine print that we should be reviewing, that we, the legislative body, should be reviewing the membership annually. And so this to me got at that a little bit, like, okay, we want to look at the membership. And that felt right to me, because we haven't really ever slowed down and done that. The other thing is, lately I've been thinking, oh, what, and then the approach we were talking about is not funding marketing, but funding more tourism, like capital. And I was like, we could fix the whole road, you know, 333,000 or 336,000 visitors a year. That's a lot of tourism on the West End. But, you know, so it's like, I like the idea of investing in setting some RC or some goals through RCW process, reviewing the membership annually, putting a process in place. You've talked about not having LTAC members who live outside of Jefferson County being LTAC members. I don't necessarily agree with that, because some of our most active live tourism businesses might live just across the bridge.
That's
or
right.
might look at Jefferson County from their bed at night, you know? So I don't think that is a disqualifier in my mind.
Through their business, they're deeply invested in what's happening in Jefferson County.
But I feel like what it needs is for us to slow down and do the bylaws and have a look at it, but I want the members at the table.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that TCC working through this process, all the members of the organizations are represented there, and that's the conversation I've started, and the conversations are going great, I'll bring some data back here pretty soon. I do think some fresh blood, organizationally speaking, on LTAC. I mean, maybe it's more seats too, like we don't have a one way that we have to do this, so I don't think
to have more seats, not an unreasonable amount, but if we've got this, you know, large new industry in short-term rentals and we have no representation, it makes sense that you would bring a representative there. But, you know, ultimately saying, you know, opening it back up, you're gonna get, you know, the major players, Kalaloch, Port Ludlow, Old Alcohol Plant, you know, they're all gonna be wanting to be a part of this conversation. So I don't think that we're necessarily gonna get them. I personally, I hope that they reapply
Mhm.
and that they would be considered for membership. So there's part of me that feels like why, why not just add more seats as opposed to starting completely over, but.
So what kinds of criteria for seats would you suggest? Are you talking about like, a seat from each district or, I mean, how?
I mean, I think, when Amy Neal from Claylog, she was just kind of told when she got the job that you sit on this board. And I'm trying to unwind what our inputs are into lodging tax, but as I said, I mean, there's not a lot of indirect or induced revenue over there. I understand like 25% of our, I mean, how much of our marketing goes to West Jefferson County? I don't know. So I think choosing areas or choosing the size of the organization is, I mean, something we can consider. I mean, I don't think we're gonna hash all this out now, but we can bring some.
That's all gonna
different
get determined in
criteria.
bylaws,
Yes,
right? If
exactly.
you don't even know, like, you can put term limits in with bylaws, you can say that, individual organizations can only stay for a certain amount of time and then it needs to be
Right.
turned over and then you'll be gone for a certain amount of time. and-
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's
so
right.
that you have the kind of churn of input that is helpful. But all those kinds of things should be determined by the board, by the existing committee and.
I don't know, I mean, our planning commission doesn't write the bylaws for the planning commission, and I mean, most of our boards are advisory boards, to council and come into a role.
Have their
That
bylaws.
is an advisory committee to the county commissioners, and when we did try to insert. Our legislative intent, because we represent the county in a very different way, and we are looking at the whole picture. I certainly didn't do that in the best way with this year, but my intent was always like, what is best for the tourism ecosystem? And I have real fears about, following out our community. So I mean, I think,
You bet.
I think, if Habitat's Mason Street project is eligible for LTAC dollars to make sure that we can have restaurants open all week long in the tri-area, that's something we should consider and at least talk about at the county level as well as just with the tourism sector.
Okay. I mean, I feel like I want to have a more open conversation, and again, there's so much that I missed about this process, and it was helpful to go back and see some of the previous meetings.
Well, there's nothing that stops us from more than one of us. We could have an open meeting
Mhm.
to discuss the bylaws with some or all of the LTAC members.
Yeah, it's such a big thing. I mean, it's the people doing the work that need to have input into, some of these decisions and. But I think we're on the path to do that and let's get on with it. There's just a lot of kind of waiting to be able to get back to doing the work. So whatever we just, let's make a decision and move forward and invite and welcome the people doing the work to come to the table and engage in the conversation. That's.
Are you proposing a joint special meeting with LPAC?
Oh, not quite yet.
Not yet. I just wondering if I spoke the dates.
Yeah, no. But I am happy to move that we approve this letter to send to the members of the Lawson Tax Advisory Committee.
Were there any of Debbie's comments about, the concept of membership versus volunteers that we felt like we wanted to reflect in the letter? I feel like really the letter's intent is just to say, let's move forward.
Yeah.
And encourage and welcome participation in the conversation, but she had some good points that I feel like.
Well, the use of the word, I mean, I think calling it LTAC membership is where, because the use of the word members doesn't feel wrong to me. Below in the paragraph below, I think it's just that.
With the word membership, so
Yeah.
just call it LTAC? Take out
Lodging Tax Advisory Committee.
Sure.
Reorganization, or,
I mean,
if we're doing what we voted to do,
mhm.
we're reorganizing LTAC.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I felt like that was a good.
Or LTAC appointments, I mean,
Okay, and then she had,
How about all existing members? I mean, it's. I mean,
Do you want to replay them? Or do you want to?
well, let's see. I'm not sure if there's a change. I mean, I'm okay with it. And again, to the other point about, it doesn't show the required, of course, we have to, and, you know, follow the RCW.
Right.
No one suggests we don't do that, but with bylaws, we need to explore a little more. You know, maybe if we have 2 members that are receivers, 2 that are collectors, 2 collectors, 2 that are users, maybe there's room for a restaurateur, which, you know, doesn't fit into that, but I don't know.
in the original letter, you referenced and in this version.
Yeah.
Okay, to the reference to the RCW.
Yeah.
By March leaving it.
All right.
Now we can get in trouble.
By March.
Oh, yeah.
Now we can make some good trouble.
Yeah.
So the only place that membership, the word member and membership are used is that in the first line where it says LTAC membership. So maybe we say LTAC appointment or, you know,
Appointees.
because that's the subject of the letter. And I don't think we need to change it. I don't think we need to change it below
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
because it's members, it's not talking about like members of a club, it's just saying people who are members of the LTAC committee.
Yeah.
And I don't see membership used anywhere else in the letter, so I think we can just change that subject line.
Okay.
And then she said the last sentence was about alignment being ensured through the BOCC appointments. And her concern was about us understanding the role and highlighting sort of respectful collaboration. I'm not. I wish I could ask her what change would need to happen there, but I think we can just sort of take her comment into consideration and know that that's the intent, right?
Yeah, for
That's the
sure.
intent.
That is the idea.
And then I think in the third paragraph, we could say. The BOCC will work to develop a set of bylaws. I mean, are we doing that collaboratively with LTAC or what? That's what we were just talking about.
Probably a draft will work, you know,
Yes.
on first, and then before we approve it, in the same way we do any other
Yeah,
personnel
I think
manual.
adding collaboratively with LTAC is reflective of what in the process we want to fulfill.
So how do we change that first sentence of the third paragraph to encompass?
Yeah, do we have to, what's inaccurate about that?
I mean, you could say, you could just add with public input and collaboration of with the LTAC.
Okay.
And in collaboration with LTAC.
Okay, so we've proposed 2 changes. The Ray line the subject is LTAC appointments. And then the third paragraph will start with public comment and.
With public input and in collaboration with LTAC.
In collaboration with LTAC. The BOCC. Prior to kind of, okay. Are there any other places where people get stuck? Because that's 2 changes only that we've proposed.
A big part of me feels like we need to be clear in our intent with the letter, but the letter is not what this is about, right? Like, this is about moving forward. Bringing people back to the table collaboratively and addressing some of these issues in a way that allows us to do the work of LTAC. And so I'd like to get to that.
I agree.
I just want to say that Greg's motion failed for lack of a second.
Yeah.
It was like.
I'll resend it to you. Yeah, I'll move to approve the letter with the 2 modifications made today.
I'll second.
Okay.
All in favor of the letter, sending the letter to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee as amended? Aye. Okay. Anything else on this one?
Nope, just that, you know. I don't know, Greg, I just feel like I've heard you say that you've really learned from this process. And I would offer my help and support in any way, and I want this to move forward in a positive way, and I think change can come from that.
Right.
So I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate your contributions already. You made the letter better. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Anything else for today? We have,
A little calendar maybe?
yeah,
And legislative update.
Oh, right.
and I did have one email, so on calendaring. I did have one email from Monty. Oh, over a week ago. Saying that the public works road crew supervisors have set up a day of training to learn techniques to deal with and diffuse situations with angry and abusive people, customers, citizens, which we are encountering with increasing frequency in the course of just trying to perform their routine work. And he's offering, this course is for public works, but they've held a seat for commissioners. Is anybody excited to attend this? Yeah.
I replied and said that it was something that I would really like to participate in, and or, you know, finding other ways to bring this kind of work. I think this is actually really important for housing work as well. So,
Okay, I just wanted to bring it to us, so we talked about it and decided he was gonna take him up on it.
Heather can take it up.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay,
I expressed interest too, so we chat about it, so it's
okay.
all yours.
all right, or we can.
I always volunteer for everything, so I'm happy that we have another volunteer here with us.
Yes.
Well, maybe we can have further conversation. One of us will go.
But, yeah. Happy
Okay.
to, we'll look at the schedule. We get a little.
There you go.
Okay, so who wants to do calendaring first?
I can go, let's see, so, work with you guys today. So tomorrow, I'm meeting with Martha Macy from TCC virtually in the morning, continue those conversations. And then, the shelter operation check-in, and I wanted to see, you got something else before the other shelter meeting, right? 'Cause
I do.
Okay, so I'll go to that, which is, you know, just a check-in with Bayside and Judy from finance and everything. And then, I think Heather's agreed to fill in for me at the other shelter meeting. I'll start the meeting and make you the host, but I'm going to do to the caravan at Woodley Place to do point in time count. For all day, pretty much from 11 till 3, I think is when they're there. And then on Wednesday, I'm gonna try to go to the IT and directors meeting in the morning, and then Jessica Lowe from the CAC over at Mountain View is coming by to give me the down low and dirty. And then I will have to attend the virtual meeting of the WUC, Water Utility Coordinating Committee, that thing that was pulled from our agenda and our consent agenda. I'll make sure to ask where those minutes are. And we've only had one meeting, so there's not a lot, but so I guess we haven't approved any minutes.
Maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it.
And if you didn't record it.
Yeah.
You didn't record it. Are you gonna continue?
I'm gonna ask them to record, and I had worked with Bonnie over for the IDDAB meeting to get their a conference room set up for a good hybrid meeting. Was anyone there hybrid for the IDDAB meeting?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, how'd it work? Could you hear everyone?
Yeah,
All right.
actually,
Good.
yes.
All right, we
Although,
tried to just
thank
get it
you.
around so everyone's looking.
Yeah, no, I
right?
think we did.
Okay, good.
Okay, is it, although I have hybrid situation over there? or-
Well, they have an owl camera with the extender mic, so we just kind of made a bit of a U shape and then turned it into a chevron, I think, around, so you don't have people with their heads to the screen and everything, so. Bundled around their monitor there in a smaller way, so no one's more than 6 feet away from the microphone, so just kind of did a little.
We just had them, another department in that same area asked to use the chambers more often or the first floor because of the sound quality.
Yeah, it's super echoey still, a little bit of sound treatment, like on the first floor up high, it is really echoing in that room, I don't know if you heard it.
But
I think it was much better being close, because before they would often do a really narrow, long table, so you had some people that were like 15 feet away, you couldn't hear them at all.
Yeah, we
So,
currently have an issue with finding rooms for people and more and more people want standing meeting room space here at the courthouse.
right,
So I'm trying to, if there's another working place.
yeah, that one worked pretty well, it's a little smaller than the first floor.
yeah,
conference room, but-
now that I think, so there was someone kind of sitting all the way back who I couldn't hear quite as well, but But otherwise, it seemed
Okay.
to work.
They have one extender microphone too, so we, they're set up to do it. We just need to make sure we dial that in, take a tape measure in and make sure no one's more than 6 feet away. And then let's see, have, doing some, on Thursday, bit of a conflict, but yeah, I'll be doing that meeting remotely, so I'll check it out too and report back how it works for me.
Cool.
And certainly we'll talk about the minutes and recording. So we have EDC Team Jefferson Thursday morning, and I have a conflict with the technical assistance from Alex, Michelle, Michael, I forget who he's with. Home base CCC. I don't know if you had that on your calendar or not, but if you want to attend, I should probably go to the EDC meeting. And then Eric had been reached out to present about the Upper Ho and Quinault Southwell Road washout at Optic, and I have volunteered to do that, so I'll get a little update on Thursday. And then we're doing the AI think tank, and I'm doing that here, right? Have I reserved a room yet for that? Which one? I think we did for the AI think tank this week, because we wanted to look at using Otter and doing, we reserved this room so we could look at how good Otter is at separating out different people in one room, but that's also, it's usually hybrid. And then at the PLBC meeting, we have George Terry and David Wayne Johnson presenting about the development agreement and the timber agreement, and I think they scheduled an hour for them. And then Diane McDade is going to talk about the survey from Jefferson Aquatic Coalition, both requested by John Coldwood. And I'm going to skip those meetings and instead go to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting. So I can be there at 3 for our joint meeting, so we can start straight away if you want, because I'll be in around here.
I'll be on the road.
Okay, so you'll be virtual?
It looks like I'll be virtual, yeah.
All right, if you're gonna be on the phone, and gonna have me chair the special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to call it to order, so.
That sounds great.
I will be there at 3, and then my wife's having a little surgery on Friday, but I will step out for a moment to go to the Glen Cove monthly meeting as we get ready. I think we'll have some options finally ready from the FCJ Alliance on what some of the options for expansion or UGA swap or whatever.
Good
So,
to get them public.
yeah, and so we'll set up some public meetings, starting, as I said, I think earlier, we're gonna start with some focus groups. We have, we did a survey with many of the property owners, so we have a group of 25, 30 interested property owners now. So instead of starting with a large public meeting, we're gonna do some small focus groups to go through the options and try to find a presentation mode and kind of dial in what their thoughts are. There's a lot of there's either a lot of excitement or a lot of trepidation or a lot of apathy. All three of them are kind of in equal, kind of depending where folks are in their, business life cycle and what kind of businesses they have and it's like, some people really struggling to expand and some with a real desire not to increase costs.
Yeah, it's good to meet
Yeah,
somewhere in the middle of those extremes.
and that's my week.
I see we've had someone raising their hand and lowering their hand. We're not taking public comment. We're just doing our calendaring. So we will not be taking public comment anymore today.
You can send us an email.
Yeah, anytime.
You want me to go?
Yeah, that'd be
I
great.
can go, all right. Tomorrow, I am scheduled to meet with Vice Chairwoman Lonnie Greninger from Jamestown Slalom. In the morning, she's just gonna kind of give me an introduction to tribal, and the relationship with the counties. I'm really looking forward to meeting with her. And then I will, follow that up by chairing the Shelter Coalition meeting, as you mentioned. Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to catch up on emails over at the end of the day and just try to clear out my inbox. So anybody who's waiting for a response on an email for me, I have gotten lost in all of the new things. So I'm gonna try to just spend the rest of the day tomorrow getting caught up on emails. And doing a little bit of short-term rental research as we go into learning more about that. Then Wednesday, I'm gonna be attending a couple of meetings to get up to speed on both Behavioral Health Consortium and the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. I'll be meeting with Lori Fleming from the Behavioral Health Consortium to get an orientation to that work. And then later in the day, the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee Opioid Settlement Subcommittee is meeting to talk about the MOU that they've been planning between BHC and BHAC. And I know that they've already reached out to you, Heidi, to try to get, since you are coming from that work, to make sure that we fold in any of your comments as we build this MOU. So we're looking for that. And then, yes, I do have on my calendar the local homeless housing plan meeting in the morning. So unfortunately, I can only attend the first bit of that because yeah, so I will go. And for the public, that is a quarterly meeting that is with Department of Commerce to talk about Department of Commerce's 5-year plan to end homelessness, so that we can kind of coordinate the state's work on their plan with the revised plan that Housing Fund Board at the county level is writing. So I will attend the first half an hour of that, and then I will be attending my first Olympic Area Agency on Aging, otherwise known as O3A. Their meeting is from 10 to 11 in the morning. So I'm looking forward to meeting that whole team and attending my first one of those. I really hope to have the time to drop into this Port Hadlock Sewer Project Lunch and Learn that's happening here for county employees. Since I need to get up to speed on all things sewer, I'm going to take advantage of that learning opportunity for staff. And then I'm going to be meeting with Carly Mishko, who is the new executive director of the Jefferson County Fair Association Board. I'm going to get an orientation to their work, although I have now attended a couple of their meetings. And then we'll be joining you all on the joint BOCC Jefferson County Park Advisory meeting in that afternoon.
Oh, you're gonna be joining for that? Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can all be there,
We
right?
can all be-
Yep, no, I'm definitely gonna, that's on my calendar, so I'm gonna get to participate in that. And then Friday, I am gonna get to meet with Nick Walker, who's the new finance and engagement manager. I'm not sure what his job title is with the Economic Development Council Team Jefferson. So he reached out and just said, can we get coffee and fill you in on all the things Economic Development Council, since you're sitting on that committee, and so you just wanted to fill me in. And then I am gonna meet with John Bazinas from Washington State Ferries. So I'm still trying to wrap my mind around some, the remaining committee and board appointments that I have on my list of 28. And Washington State Ferries lead is one of those that was a little more amorphous, like, what does that mean, being the lead? So I am going to start attending the Ferry Advisory Committee meetings here as part of that lead role. And then I'm also meeting with John, and he's going to kind of fill me in on the Washington State Ferries state level work, and then he'll fold me into any meetings so that will, I think, constitute my Washington.
I don't remember Kate attending every ferry advisory committee.
So she did not, and I think, Mr. Tiersch has confirmed that he didn't really see a commissioner there, but I just felt like at least the first few.
Yeah,
I'll go back and listen.
Sure, be good.
And, if I'm supposed to be the lead on ferry issues to keep us informed, seems like I should know what we're doing locally, so I'll do that. But I'll get to meet with Mr. Bazinas on Friday, and then I think I'll end my day by going back and seeing the Curating Empathy exhibit at Public Health. Our Eden Blooms exhibit, I have seen it, but I think they're having a little event to kind of wrap it up, and then it's going to be moving to another location. So I wanted to go support that. That's my week.
Okay. I am starting tomorrow with Pilates, which is great. Nice, 2 days a week. By myself and dance with my girlfriends. And then coming back for a community wildfire protection plan implementation advisory group meeting to talk about we set ourselves a deadline of today to review the draft of the community wildfire events grant. We've gotten a lot of conversations going, so we kind of need to level set where we're at. Still have a couple weeks to wrap it up, but a lot of good work is being proposed in that grant. Then I am also meeting with Lonnie Greninger later tomorrow morning. I had 3 specific things I wanted to talk to her about, so. Finally getting some time with her. Then I have a meeting with Senator Murray's staff and Eric Kuzma to talk about the roads issue. And Stephanie Wright, our lobbyist, set that up for us.
Nice.
And then I have in the afternoon, we are planning our approach with the 4 people who've applied to be the straight ERN LAO coordinator. So our hiring committee is going to meet and talk about review applications and
ERN LIO.
straight's one, Environmental Restoration Network, local integrating organization.
Okay.
They're under the Puget Sound Partnership. There are a number of local integrating organizations. The Okanagan Coordinating Council is one.
It's an LIO.
And our geography straddles the 2.
So NOSC is with BRN.
Okay.
HC SAG, the Canal Salmon Enhancement Group is with
Oh,
the Canal
interesting.
Coordinating Council.
Okay, so I'm the chair, the co-chair of the straight ERN and. Well, my co-chair is Steve Derringer. So he can very rarely make it, so I've been chairing that committee for about 4 years. And we've been through, this will be our 3rd coordinator. This hiring process, and so what I find in these transitions is we're really holding the group. And playing a leadership role in the hiring process, so. But we've got some great applicants, and then in the last round, we transitioned the last transition, we moved the straight ERN under North Olympic Development Council. So North Olympic Development Council is now like the administrator of the straight ERN. And so Karen Appel plays a big role.
Okay.
Straight as well.
Great. Well, then I'll be learning more about it.
Yeah. And then in the evening, I have the Marine Resources Committee meeting, which they've just moved online for snow concerns. And then on Wednesday, I go to Olympia in the afternoon. Maybe I'll be driving my truck because it's a 4-wheel drive. I don't know, we'll see. And I stayed the night down there for the all day, well, most of the day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. LSC, Legislative Steering Committee meeting. And then I will drive back and hopefully make it back for the joint BOCC Jefferson County Parks and Rec Board meeting, but this happened last time, 2 weeks ago, that I had a SWAC meeting and I didn't make it back.
Yeah.
So I did it from the road, but we'll see what happens. I will shoot for being here with you guys. And then Friday morning, Pilates again. And then I have a meeting with Jessica Lowe from the Child Advocacy Center at 10 a.m. on Friday. And then I'm on KPTZ and I'm hoping to deal with this federal funding conversation. And so far I'm not getting any takers on being my guest. I feel like it's the hot potato and nobody feels like they know what the potato is right now. So it may become an aquatic center.
Yeah.
Show
Can't come this
conversation
week, but
instead.
Dynamic Day, let her know sooner rather than later, but.
Yeah,
you can
I will.
certainly join in.
I will. I think I might just make that call once we're done here today. And then the first straight ERN interviews Friday afternoon, and then I'm also planning on attending the Curating Empathy exhibit. And then this weekend, I'm so excited to go to the Curious Toy Shop pop-up performance
Oh, right,
at the circus.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Curious Toy Shop, yeah.
And I'm going to Greg's district for a beach party on Sunday, but anyway. In the snow, maybe?
The snowy beach party.
Yeah. Sounds like good oyster collecting weather, so I could just roll right into legislative.
Good.
If that works for you guys. So I thought maybe with these verbal reports, I would just go over the WASAC hot list. What's moving and quaking right now in Olympia. And I'll just do the ones that WASAC's really paying attention to. I've highlighted a few because this could take an hour if I went through all of these, but. And I can also share these with you, but there are a number of planning and housing related bills that are moving this session, and one of them is Senate Bill 5461, which is another landlord flexibility bill, allowing more residential development in local areas and more of landlords. So that's exciting. I think it would be a good thing. There's two bills. There's a House and a Senate bill, both on extending a program to streamline the environmental permitting process for salmon recovery projects. And I'm gonna look into that. I think the Puget Sound Partnership is supporting that one, but I need to see it now that look at it now that it appears to have legs. There's also a House and Senate bill concerning minimum parking requirements, and WASC has major concerns about that. So I need to look into that one, 'cause that one just came up in the last week. There's a support high WASC bill increasing cannabis revenue distributions to local governments. So changing the ratio of revenue that comes to county governments.
Right.
From cannabis sales.
Do we know if it's in favor of county government?
It's in favor.
Very little comes, so.
WASC is supporting increasing the percentage that comes to
Okay,
county.
that would be an increase.
Yeah. And that's why they're supporting it. They're opposing, and I don't remember what this one is, they're strong opposition to a bill, a housing bill that's title is concerning compliance with siting, development permit processes and standards and requirements for permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, indoor emergency housing, or indoor emergency shelters. And it makes me think that this might be an unfunded mandate issue.
Yeah.
There's the minimum parking requirements one again on the Senate side. They're super supportive of a bill 1345 establishing limitations on detached ADUs outside of urban growth areas. I think this one allows for more. Allows for more ADUs outside of urban growth areas, but I think we already allow.
Yeah,
So I
I think
think-
that catches up with us. I
think we're ready.
reference that as law.
Yeah, we think we're more flexible.
We are more flexible.
Yeah,
Yeah, we talked about that at the.
so that there's also a Senate companion to that moving, and there's a Senate companion to, oh, here we go. So, here's one authorizing middle housing in unincorporated growth areas and unincorporated urban growth areas. Certain certain landmarks and fully contained communities. So this is like the middle housing bill that we've been talking about.
How's the excise tax one going? Is that still, is that getting support or unmentioned?
The 1 to 3%.
Yeah. It's the standalone one, right?
Yeah. I don't. That's a good
Heidi, this is making me remember that Chief McCurran in Folsom had sent me his list of bills that his fire committees are in favor of and against, and so I'm gonna forward that to you.
Okay, I think you might have already done that.
Did I already send it?
I think so, as I remember seeing.
Or maybe he sent it to the whole Jeff BOCC. Did you see it?
No.
Okay, if he, I'll check and see what he sent me, and if it's not gone to you guys, I will forward it. That is one of the.
And then we signed it, we're signing in support of the public defense, increasing public defense funding to counties bill. That's the only thing that I've said, let's sign in support or opposition to yet. So Stephanie will go and sign in on that bill tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I don't see the bill here yet, so it must not have come up yet.
Yeah.
Maybe it just takes more time to look for money, for the money side. There is changing the annual regular property tax revenue growth limit. It changes the property tax growth rate from 1%. Not to exceed 3%. So you're allowed to collect more than 1%. That's still alive.
Oh, great.
I remember Kate doing this, come back with this list. A long list, yeah. So I'll come back from WASAC this week and I'll do a report, so you'll have more specific
All right.
feedback after.
Great.
Thursday.
Keep us in the loop.
Yeah. Anything else on calendar? Anything farther out, anyone needs coverage for, or?
Just that, I wanted to. I think I've mentioned this before, but I have. Notified both Lori Fleming and Michael. In public health, that the Clean Water District meeting and the Behavioral Health Consortium meeting, which I'm supposed to be on both, those directly conflict, exact same time.
Oh, yeah.
So they are gonna hold, both of them are gonna hold those meetings on February 13th. But I think from there, we're gonna have to figure out.
February 15th?
13th.
13th.
Yeah, they're on Thursdays. From 3 to 4:30, and let's see, which a Thursday a month, let's see, it's. I can't remember which
Second Thursday.
Yeah, it looks like second Thursday of the month, yeah, second Thursday of the month. 3 to 4:30 p.m. Both of them fall in that exact same time, so I think once they have each of the committees have their February 13th meeting, then they'll get back to me and let me know the feasibility of one or the other of them moving. And if not, then we may have to consider one of us, us swapping around to make sure we have coverage on those.
Yeah, well, I can cover the BHC meeting on the 13th if you want. Anything on your calendar.
Okay. I will let you know, after I have the meetings. On Wednesday, where we're talking about the MOU between them, they may want me there, since I'm gonna be moving forward, but we'll see.
Okay.
Or maybe you're on the BHC, I'm not sure. Then talk about it. That's the only thing I know conflict wise coming up. I signed up to do a training around the legislative authority in the office of the county engineer. It's a CRAB training of roads, road board training. So it said it was especially good for new commissioners to kind of understand that role and the funding for roads. So if nothing else conflicts with it, I may do that.
Another thing that we have coming up on the 20th is the ICG meeting. And we talked about EDC is going to be doing a presentation at that meeting, an update, and then they'll be talking about their future plans. And then we'll do a legislative check-in with the agencies in the room and just talk about what everyone's tracking.
Okay.
And then we normally do an agency roundtable where each entity has 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, cool.
To talk about what they're up to, so
We need to kind of collaborate on what we're gonna
figure
use
out what we want to share that's going on in the county.
Okay.
Um,
And Heidi's the rotating chair for this one.
yeah,
Does that mean you're the chair the whole year?
no, just for this meeting.
Oh, okay, so it
Everybody
literally
rotates.
rotates. Okay, cool.
Because they're quarterly and there's 4 member groups.
Okay.
The chair of the entity is usually the chair of the meeting. So if there's anything ICG related that you want to make sure that's in our update, let me know.
Okay, and we should probably talk. I mean, the things that are already intergovernmental, like the, an update on the Mill Road roundabout.
That'll be
which
part
is-
of our legislative.
Yeah. That should probably be included since it's clearly intergovernmental in nature.
And I've been working with the city a lot on that legislative request and the letters and all that
Yeah,
stuff with John.
John.
Yeah.
Right. Got it.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else,
Have our first training.
looking down the dais here,
Yeah.
there's nothing else.
No?
I'll adjourn this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
All right.